as part of accelerating the just transition. Key to this is exploring. And I'll say more about that just now. Our conference is largely online. This project has been in existence since 2019. It has been a Mellon-funded project. We had $1 million grants and largely have funded over 35 students, masters, PhDs, and postdoctoral fellows to explore this idea of emancipatory future studies. Along the way, we also did various things. We worked very, very closely with the South African Food Sovereignty Campaign and social justice organizations to develop the world's first climate justice charter. It comes out of this project in collaboration, and that charter was taken to Parliament. Out of this project, we've worked with the leading climate scientists at this university to translate the global climate averages and patterns and trends into a South African perspective on climate science. We also took that to South Africa's Parliament. Like the charter, it was also ignored in 2020. We've also worked through this project with the South African Food Sovereignty Campaign, and we've done a lot of work around reimagining a new food system for the country in the context of a heating world. With that collaboration, we developed a People's Food Sovereignty Act and a food sovereignty policy for the country, which we also took to Parliament last year on World Food Day, which again has been ignored. But that's one side of this project. So there's been academic knowledge production, and there's also been co-creation of what you could call tacit knowledge. Emancipatory futures studies is actually very unique in the South African context. Futures studies is taught at universities, but largely in business schools. Stellenbosch University, for example, has a future studies focus largely in its business school. Emancipatory future studies challenges that very kind of positivistic trend kind of looking approach, scenario planning approach, which can be very shallow about futures. Emancipatory future studies goes deeper. Its first starting point is that you, me, the average human being, the social movement, the community organization can anticipate, can imagine, and can construct futures. So it's a non-elitist approach to futures making. We do not have to have corporate boardrooms, technocratic elites in the state, and elites generally defining our futures. So emancipatory futures is really about bottom-up, imagining, envisaging, and making of futures. In other words, it recognizes that the subaltern can think. The ordinary human can think. The second important thing about emancipatory futures is that we do not take the status quo for granted. We recognize it's contradictory, we're looking for its kinks, we're looking for its gaps, we're looking for its emancipatory potentials. And so emancipatory future studies is about finding exits from the crises that we are living. And this is very, very important. These exits are about systemic change. These exits are about bringing about huge transformative changes in our lives. So this is not just about little islands of hope. This is not just about small utopian imaginings, etc. This is about big change. The third point to make about emancipatory future studies and how we've approached it at BITS is that the everyday conditions of weather are changing more and more. And so we're trying to think about how, from an emancipatory futures perspective, we kind of imagine time differently. Okay. That's been one thrust. The other thrust has been thinking about decolonial futures. So again, we are not imagining futures in the telos of modernity. Euro-America is not our standard. We want to really think beyond that. That's part of the problem. So can we imagine different societies? Societies that, if you like, go back to the pre-colonial, but not in a romantic way. How do we revisit the pre-colonial self? How do we think about the archive of the colonized for imagining new futures? The other important thrust in our research agenda has been emancipatory futures in history. And those of us who are critical social scientists, we understand words like revolution might threaten the liberal sensibility. Words like uprisings, rebellions might threaten the liberal sensibility. But the fact of the matter is, in history, people have built solidarities, positive solidarities, negative solidarities, to transform their conditions. And that has taken form and expression in these kinds of moments that I've been describing. So in our project, we've tried to learn from history, how people have brought about change, how they've built movements for change, anti-slavery movements, anti-colonial movements, anti-apartheid movements, and what can we learn from those solidarities? The other thrust in our project has been about disrupting technology and how we think about technology. South African universities do not have what is called critical technology studies. So what we've tried to do in our little project for the past 6 years is think differently about technology. Most people think technology is the answer to everything. We are not anti-technology in this project, but we are critical of technotopia. This idea that technology is everything. It is going to solve everything. It is the answer to everything, and so on. And so we've asked deeper questions about technology, its ethics, its design, its power relations, and so on. In other words, we've approached technology from a techno-realist perspective in this project, so that we can really find appropriate technologies that are imbued with the right values, that tackle power relations and asymmetries and so on. The other aspect of our research work in emancipatory future studies has been a focus on systemic pathways into the future. And today's and tomorrow's conference is about this, systemic pathways into the future, as well as combining with other elements like decolonial futures, climate temporality, and so on. But systemic pathways into the future are about recognizing that the subaltern is building the next world. It might be invisible to us, but it's there. I've just co-authored a book that'll be published next year, based on 15 years of research, 14 countries, 148 case studies, to show that the next world is being made and it is being institutionalized. People are building new systems. They're exiting the existing system. So we just got to bring that into focus. We got to center that to understand that not everything is about capitalism. People have used their agency, their values, their praxis to build something different. The last point about our research agenda is that we've looked at grand ecocentric futures. We've been trying to think about the big imaginings about the next world, democratic eco-socialism, Green New Deals in South Africa, the climate emergency social contract. These are big ideas for reordering societies. And so in my project, and together with my collaborators and the students, we've tried to think about these big ideas that can change the world. The just transition, powerful idea. So that's emancipatory future studies, and it's in that context we are having this conference. I'm hoping it's not the last Emancipatory Future Studies conference. It's been such an exciting journey to kind of break this ground in this knowledge project. Okay, so the idea of the commons in Emancipatory Future Studies is a crucial area of exploration. Some of the students have looked at the water commons in their studies, in their PhDs. Other students have looked at the food sovereignty commons and so on. Last year, together with the South African Food Sovereignty Campaign, as I mentioned, we held a conference on the food sovereignty commons in Cape Town. There's a book coming out of that conference. There's about 12 chapters that looks at how people are working with indigenous knowledge, they're working with the commons to ensure zero input cost agriculture. So how do we get seeds to be non-commodified and seed saving and sharing and banking and so on? How do we get composting to be socialized, etc.? How do we harvest the water commons so we don't have to pay for water? So this book on food sovereignty commons will come out hopefully next year, and it's been one of the foci. The other is the commons in the everyday, and I'll say more about that in the next few minutes. And the third foci around the commons has been the commons and rethinking conservation. I'm hoping to have a conference next year, hoping that the funding will be there to kind of round up this focus on the commons. So what is the commons? The commons has a history. I would argue it is the oldest socio-ecological system we have as human beings. It has a 200,000-year history. In another register, I would call this, and in some of my work, I call it the commons mode of production. The commons has been the first kind of socio-ecological system that humans have created to have a relationship, an intimate relationship with nature. That relationship has been mediated by deep indigenous knowledge. It has been mediated by an ethics of care, knowing that there are limits and that we are dependent on this web of life. And therefore, we should not just be taking, and destroying. For over 200,000 years, we've existed in this commons and have not destroyed it. But something happened 500 years ago. Does anybody know? Well, 1492 is one critical date. Christopher Columbus going into the New World. The moment of coloniality, okay, where Western Eurocentric supremacy was imposed on the world. And the march of that supremacy over 500 years has been about appropriating, dispossessing, and destroying the commons. So that history is something we must keep in mind. And I would argue, and I argue this in my work, we are facing the last great dispossession of the commons. Late capitalism is wanting to subsume everything in its commodifying logic. The ocean is now a site of extraction, increasingly. Carbon trading is treating our atmosphere and the climate system as a commodity. So this is the last great dispossession of the commons, ladies and gentlemen. The erasure of our last forests, tropical rainforests, is firmly underway. This is the last great dispossession of the commons. It doesn't mean it's going to succeed. Despite these waves of dispossession, there's also been resistance to this. And this is what's important. The resistance has been centered, in my view, around what the commons is. The commons is a commonwealth, meaning it belongs to no one. This earth is a commons. It doesn't belong to Donald Trump, okay? It doesn't belong to the rich plutocrats. It doesn't belong to the billionaires, okay? It doesn't belong to us, but we live in it, we are part of it, we coexist with it, our only case study in the universe called Earth. And so this commons is something that is a commonwealth and a life-enabling system. This is important. So whether you think of land, whether you think of biodiversity, whether you think of water in all its forms, whether you think about creative labor, whether you think about the earth system, whether you think about renewable energy, whether you think about public goods, whether you think about culture, okay? These are life-enabling systems. This is what's important about it. These are not resources. Some definitions of commons reduce it to resources. Actually, They are not resources. They are life-enabling systems. This is what's important. And systems is key here, okay? Water is not a resource. The moment you think about it as a resource, you just see it as an object for exploitation. But if you think about water as a system, you go deeper.
I can't.
You think
I'm
about
listening to
the
something.
earth system. You think about the climate
know where
system.
it is.
Think about the water cycle. You think about
It's fine.
how we relate to that water cycle, and so on and so on. So we think in systems terms. The other thing about the commons is that it is democratically controlled or used, and it is ethically engaged with. So in other words, there's limits. Humans think carefully about that relationship with life-enabling systems. So that's the commons. So if you were to reduce it, we are thinking about the natural commons and the social commons, simply, okay? Everything I've described can be encapsulated into the natural and the social commons. So what we are trying to do with the call we put out was to make visible the commons, and trying to kind of register how anyone and everyone is experiencing the commons and living in life-enabling systems. And so we're very excited that we received 17 responses, think pieces to our call. This has been published on the Emancipatory Future Studies blog, and it's been getting a lot of attention. And again, we're hoping today's conference will help us enhance those contributions, and we put out a publication. But I do want to say something about two other concepts and then wrap up. The other is the notion of the everyday. Now, why the everyday? Well, the everyday is a polydimensional reality. The everyday is something in which we all exist. It's where we have intimacies, we have love, we organize our lives, we create music, art, poetry, we exist in spaces, homes, communities, etc. We work in a division of labor, etc., in the everyday. The everyday is the familiar, and a sort of famous French philosopher and sociologist, Henry Lefebvre, says that because it's the familiar doesn't mean it's the known. So yes, it's the taken for granted of our existence, the everyday, because we are in it, we're habituated to it, and so on. So what I've been trying to do with the Emancipatory Future Studies project is bring this concept of the everyday to the center of our thinking, because the everyday is actually a space in which there's an invisible present that we have to explore. It's exciting, but it is also a portal into the future. That's what the everyday is, if we start figuring this out together. So what we've tried to do with the calls and so on is actually bring to the fore the everyday as a critical concept for praxis. Now, the everyday is a contradictory space. On the one side in the everyday, we have the banal. We have commodified culture. We have possessive individualism. We have moral nihilism. We have technocratic control encroaching on the everyday. But there are limits to all of that, okay? Because there's another side to the everyday. As I've been saying, it's a space of emancipatory potentials. And that's why we put out this call, is to find those emancipatory potentials in the everyday. And again, thank you so much for these 17 think pieces that have helped us figure out the emancipatory potentials in the everyday. So that's what we're going to be talking about over the next 2 days, this emancipatory potential, the other side of the everyday, if you like. The final concept that I just want to kind of bring into the conversation, which anchors this discourse and space, is the idea of the just transition. For those of you who don't know, the idea of the just transition comes from trade unions. It's an idea that has found its place in global multilateral negotiations around the climate problem. It's a concept that has traveled into national policy frameworks, and it is grounding climate justice activism. The just transition concept, from a climate justice perspective, is about ethical change. In other words, social justice. It is also about earth justice. This is very, very important. So when we're thinking about the just transition, we're not just thinking about people. We are also thinking about more than human life. The just transition is also a critical concept for climate justice as a political project. Climate justice is ambitious because it's seeking to transform the entire system so all forms of life can survive. This is what's important about it. So the just transition concept is about thinking, how do we get to that next society? What is the content of that? What is the political project that gets us there? The just transition concept is also about movement building. Yesterday, the Climate Justice Charter movement in South Africa issued a statement. It was a signal statement to this country and to all of us. And it basically drew our attention to the fact that we are now in a 1.5 degrees Celsius world. We started living on a new planet in 2015 when we overshot 1 degree Celsius. We're now at 1.5. South Africa is heating, and Southern Africa is heating at twice the global average. So that means we are entering a 3 degrees Celsius South Africa and region. It's the beginning. It's a beginning of lethal heat. It's the beginning of long and deep droughts. It's the beginning of deadly flash floods. It's the beginning of difficult times. But it doesn't mean that we cannot meet this crisis with emancipatory ways forward. We can. Because this climate challenge is also going to disrupt power. And this is the point about the emancipatory potential of the commons. It understands power. It brings power to the fore. It brings the materiality of socio-ecological relations to the fore, class, race, gender, ecology to the fore. And so the commons in the everyday is a very powerful response to where we are, an emancipatory response, okay? And so it is about transformative praxis. It's about making sure that what we've been doing on the margins becomes mainstream. It's about making sure that what has been existing in the shadows becomes legible and visible and known, okay? This is what's important. So in other words, as Ernest Bloch, the philosopher of hope, tells us, it is where these imaginings of hope reside, the commons in the everyday. So I want you to understand and appreciate that what you've contributed, and including the 2 public events we'll be having, is helping us think about this just transition and where the commons fits in. I do believe, personally, in my theory of change, that as capitalism systems collapse and reach their limits and so on, because it's driven by a mad, irrational, ecocidal logic to kill everything, what will remain standing is the commons in the everyday. What will remain standing are a whole set of alternative systems that people are building and defending and protecting. So yes, we don't have to go down with the system. This is the hopeful point and punchline. Okay, we can build the next world. We can find exits. So the program we have to wrap up is exciting. I'm not going to go through everything, just to say that we have a few panels: culture and commons, public goods in the everyday. That will be our first panel that we'll kick off with shortly. The next panel will be being nature-centric in the commons. The third panel is the sacred and harmony in the natural commons, the solar power commons in the everyday, and then we'll have a public event, a talk and art exhibition by Elodie Bowles. What if we had to bring nature indoors for the sake of survival? This is day 1. So again, welcome to those who are online. And again, we're hoping that others attend the public event and benefit from this conversation as well. Tomorrow, day 2, commons in community, and followed by simple living, democracy, and the ethics of the commons. And then, of course, a collective reflection together on what this conversation has been all about and where we are going to be taking it. And then we'll have a public event, a talk by Roushana Gray, Foraging in the Everyday, and that's how we will culminate our 2-day program. So once again, welcome to everybody, and we look forward to your engagements, your contributions, and your thoughts. Let's hand over to those who are chairing the first panel. I'm not sure who is that, Charles? Power? Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Farahzadi and I am the coordinator of the South African Food Sovereignty Campaign. It's my pleasure to chair our first panel today, titled Culture and the Commons, Public Goods in the Everyday. So this session explores how cultural practices and shared infrastructure shapes the commons, not only as spaces of access and cooperation, but also as lived everyday practices that sustain communal life and collective imagination. Through this panel, we'll be reflecting on how art, music, and knowledge systems become public goods, how they circulate, and how they invite us to think differently about ownership, participation, and care. In this panel, we have two very thought-provoking contributions. The first one being called The Commons in the Everyday, the Public Library as a Communal Cognitive System by Timothy Downs, as well as One Song in a Small World, which reflects on the song as a form of cultural commons, tracing how music moves between people, places, and meanings to create shared worlds of feeling and belonging. Similarly, the public library as a communal cognition system examines the public library as a living commons, a site where collective learning and imagination are sustained through shared use and mutual exchange. So as chair, I will start by introducing each speaker, and then they're going to have 15 minutes to have their presentation, and then we'll have a 30-minute reflection afterwards. I will signal to our speakers, because the both of them are online, I'll signal to them when they have 5 minutes left, and then I'll signal to them again when they are done with their 15 minutes, just so we can keep everyone on track with time. And so with that, I'm going to begin by introducing Ellyn Barclay, whose paper was the one called One Song in a Small World, which reflects on song as a communal practice.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Hello, everybody. My name is Ellyn Barclay. I was thrilled to be part of this project and submit my piece, One Song in a Small World. I am coming to you from Scotland, so it is a little bit early for me, so forgive any small mistakes I may make.
Ellyn, feel free to take it away.
Okay. Can everyone hear me?
Online participants, we can hear you, but I'm not sure the room can hear you.
Okay.
Hi, Ellyn, we can't hear you.
Okay.
You're unmuted, but you...
I don't know if anyone can hear me in the room. Can you hear me? Okay, no. Okay, so I can hear Ellyn, but I'm not sure the room can hear Ellyn.
Okay.
We can hear her.
Ellyn, could you please sound check a bit?
Hello, can you hear me? It's saying my audio and video are on.
Okay, much perfect now. Thank you.
Okay, is that good?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'll just start again. My name's Ellyn Barclay. I was thrilled to write a piece for this project, especially coming from an international perspective. I am coming to you from Scotland, so it is a little bit early for me, so forgive any mistakes I may make. It is still 7:30 for me. I will summarise my piece a little bit, One Song in a Small World, and then I'll speak a little on what inspired me to write it. My story starts with somebody travelling on the train and absent-mindedly humming a song melody that they came up with just the night before. Someone on the train hears them and hums it to themselves without thinking anything about it. On their way to work, they walk past a park and someone hears them humming it to themselves. They then head to a library and are shushed on the way in by the librarian. Librarian then goes home for lunch and hums the song on the street. The lorry driver hears the song and hums them around his family when he goes home. His son then hums it at school the next day and his teacher hears him. The teacher then heads home on the train, humming it absent-mindedly to herself, where the original writer is also in the same carriage and thinks, what a small world this is. The theme of this project that I chose to write about was community, aspects that we share in everyday life. I understand this is a concept very important in South Africa, and when I came to think about it myself, I realised it was equally prevalent here in Scotland. Regardless of our typically awful and unpredictable weather, as you'll see behind me, there are many spaces in and outside that we share as a community. This story shows examples of social services like rubbish collection to people making use of public parks. These instances were inspired by both the village I grew up in on the west coast of Scotland, as well as Glasgow, the city I studied and have worked in since 2018. Scotland has a history of clans and close alliances, so I've always felt like we use these public spaces as a way to stay close to one another. This is only backed up by Glasgow recently having been named the friendliest city in the UK. We don't let our weather get us down. Walking to work, I used to walk past a large grassy area near the Clyde, the river that runs through the centre of the city. It always amazed me that at the first hint of heat and sunshine, the sheer amount of people who would appear to do all sorts of activities from dog walking, sunbathing, even cycling. In doing so, they could socialise and even relax in a public place. Of course, there are other institutions which are essential in more ways than just for relaxation. Many services are shared in order to ensure everyday life continues to function. An example I found which meets both of these conditions is our public libraries. In Glasgow, the most prominent example of this is the Mitchell Library. It is a historical fixture but is still open to the public, with school and university students using it daily, going in frequently to experience it as well as to study. As a bookworm myself, I love the library, that being that significant and still being accessible. In smaller villages like my own, I feel like our little libraries are even more important to the community. As a child during the summer holidays, they held reading competitions which both encouraged reading during the holidays, as well as fostered competition and so interaction between children and families in the local community. Even now, going as an adult, picking up a book often fosters a conversation with those around you about your interests and what they like. In small villages like mine, everyone knows everyone in one way or another. This inspired many sections of my writing, but most of all, the van driver passing by. Rubbish collection is obviously an essential part to any functioning society, but there are people you know in a place as small as this. They are people that you see every day. My grandparents knew many of them since they were at school, and they still stop by my neighbours to have a drink on their rounds. My story starts on a train, which, to me, is the most important public service. It's by no means free in my country, but is operated by our government and relatively well considering the very harsh weather conditions they often have to deal with. One of the stops on my line, in fact, is less than a metre from the sea, so it doesn't take much to imagine the wind whipping up the water and making the train line near impassable for the rest of the day. The train system has always been important to me personally. Thanks to COVID, I didn't drive for a long time, so to study and work in Glasgow, I was constantly on and off trains. As a public transport system, it was always busy, especially with only one train an hour to my home. I found the people an interesting aspect, though. Mostly, of course, you can't love everyone on a public transport system. However, I found it charming when someone played music unknowingly through unattached earphones, Or you noticed one other person reading on the train and were curious as to what the title was. I even ran into friends and friends of my family often, sometimes even just on the platform trying to check that you were getting on the right train, and you'd see someone you didn't actually know, but you knew was always getting on the same train. You share a look and then you both relax, a stranger having reassured you that you're in the right place. That's what inspired the beginning of my story. Sometimes on a very early train, I would just listen to those around me. I often picked up interesting facts or stories in the news that I just hadn't heard yet. And I would come home and tell the people that I knew. I thought if that's how stories spread, then of course music would do the same. Especially one of those almost wordless earworms that you are never able to entirely forget. Music may have seemed like an odd thing to base my entire story around, but to me, it's something that can link all of these different aspects of society. What made me realise this was over the summer, I watched a movie with musical numbers in it on Netflix. I watched it on a whim, no one else knew about it, and it wasn't widely advertised. I raved about the songs after, but the genre of the movie was not something anyone I knew was interested in. The songs then went viral online. What surprised me most was hearing them on my local radio station, as somehow they were in the UK charts. I was shocked. Suddenly people recognised the songs that I had listened to. Then I watched Strictly Come Dancing, a very popular dancing show for those of you who are uninitiated. I watched it a few weeks ago and multiple couples danced to songs from this movie. This finally brought them into my social circle from an entirely different direction. Watching the path of this music and how it related to my place in society, I was astounded. This inspired the song that connects all the parts of my story. People would have never met or even have the same interests, but through societal interactions in the moments we share on public transport, in parks, even passing each other on the street in our hometown, something like music shows how all these things are connected in a way that almost defies logic. It shows how our society keeps us linked, helped along by these interactions we have in the everyday. Thank you very much for listening to me today.
Thank you so much, Ellyn, for that contribution. I'm really, really excited to hear what everyone has to say in terms of response to her, because that was a very beautiful summation of the work that she's done for the Commons in the everyday. So our next speaker is going to be Timothy Downs, whose paper is titled The Public Library as a Communal Cognition System. Timothy, do you want to test out your mic as well as your visual?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. Can you see me? Hear me?
Perfect. Yes, we can hear you. We can see you. So you have 15 minutes. I will be monitoring your time and I'll let you know if you have 5 minutes left. Thank you. You can go.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Thanks, Ellyn, for your contribution as well. I think possibly mine, I feel a little bit out of place. I think mine is maybe slightly more pessimistic, but hopefully together we can reach some sort of consensus. Also, the contribution that I made, I mean, listening to Vish talk at the beginning, it seems like a lot of the thinking around the commons at the moment, and rightfully so, is sort of materialist at its base. So, you know, what things in our material world affect people and how do we affect those things so that we can share and live together. I took a little bit of a different approach, which is a somewhat metaphysical view of the thing. So I'm going to try explain my thinking, and then we'll see if it makes sense by the end. So essentially what I was doing is I was thinking about thinking itself, I suppose. So how cognition actually works. There's a sort of, in philosophical parlance, there's this idea of empiricist thinking, which is to say that when we think, or when we have ideas in our minds, they are always constructed from the experiences or the inputs that we have taken through senses, and through that we sort of build sort of objects and knowledge in our mind. And then the idea of thinking is basically performing operations on those objects in our mind. So this is, I think David Hume was one of the sort of leading thinkers in this respect. And the idea is that for an individual to think, you have your objects and then you have your operations on these objects. If we sort of, there's obviously plenty of problems that you can dig into with that conception of the mind. I think it's got its own issues. But if we sort of take that as a foundation that we accept, and we move on to what does it mean to expand that out of a single mind and into the minds of multiple people. The guy that I was reading was called Hutchins, Edwin Hutchins. And he had this idea of distributed cognition, which is that if multiple people are thinking together, and if we are all thinking using a similar medium, it is the same as an individual mind thinking, but just expanded into almost like one larger system. So what I was thinking is, how does the library play a foundational or sort of an infrastructural role in that ability to have this distributed or larger cognition system? And if we take Hume's idea, you can think of the books inside of a library as being the objects of knowledge that a community has, and then the individual people interacting with those books as the operations that we apply on those objects of knowledge. So when you go to the library and when you interact with the books, and more than just read them, but actually put your own sort of stamp on them, you are essentially participating in this distributed cognition system. You are becoming a part of a larger thinking machine, almost, for lack of a better term. So I was thinking of the ways that we might be interacting with these books. So I actually, in preparation for this, I went to my little public library, which I hadn't been in for a long time, and I'll sort of meditate on that in a bit. But in looking at the books that are there, the one thing that struck me is that obviously there's this Dewey Decimal System that the libraries use in order to order all the books. So you can sort of go to the various shelves and look up the various books and authors that you're interested in. It's also organized by category. But as you, especially nowadays, the libraries may be maintained less well in Benoni, where I live. The way that the books are ordered has started to shift over time. So I would imagine a person takes a book off one shelf, sort of peruses through it, moves to another shelf, maybe finds a better book and places their original one there. And so people are almost shuffling these books around on the shelves through their own interaction with the library. So as you move through the library and as you use it, you're almost reorganizing the knowledge that's there. I think that poor librarians probably try their hardest to combat that, but regardless, if you go there, you will see that there is this little bit of chaos, or maybe not chaos, maybe a separate type of order that's applied there. And that, to me, is one example of how people using the common library space are putting their own sort of interaction into the thing, and therefore building the cognition of the place. Another one that I found more fascinating is this idea of marginalia. So it's obviously a bit taboo, and depending on who you are, you might have more or less of a reaction to this. But often people write in books. I know for my own personal books, I write in them quite a lot. I enjoy the act of it. But it does feel a little bit wrong to do it in a public book, in a book that's in the library. But I was thinking about whether or not that is necessarily always destructive, right? So if you go to the library and you take out a book, and let's say a few other people have read that book previously, and they have written in the book, maybe highlighted certain things. Maybe it was a student doing some studying or prepping for a project or something. They've done some highlighting. And even more interesting is when people have actually written some notes. When you read that book, you are essentially understanding the book or able to see the book through the perspective of the previous person who used it. And that changes your interaction with that book as well. And so it's in a person reading a book, making marks in it, returning it back to the sort of communal system, and then you taking it out and ingesting those marks. It's a very clear connection between the two nodes in this cognition system. And I found that quite fascinating, and to me, sort of changes the perspective of whether writing in books is always destructive. It may be destructive of the book if you consider the book as a resource. And I know Vish was talking about our commons resources, or are they systems? And it maybe slightly deteriorates the resource, but as a system, I feel like it actually increases or enhances the system and builds upon it. Obviously, there's degrees of quality of marginalia. Sometimes people are destructive and are basically vandalizing books. But in other times, you can actually see the thought that someone has put into something, or the way that the book has affected them. Sometimes negatively, they'd sort of disagree what's in the book, but that's still a legitimate way of like interacting with it and saying, you know, I disagree with this point or that point. Which, yeah, I think is fascinating, and it has changed my idea of the way that we use those books. I think that sort of, okay, so like I said at the beginning, when I was doing the sort of research to write this thing, I went to the old library. When I was a kid, my parents would take me to the Benoni Library all the time, at least once a week, and I was there, and it was always so like vibrant and full of people. And there was always like new little presentations and stuff that they put together. It was very enjoyable to go. And having gone back recently, so I sort of stopped going for a long time, and having gone back recently, it felt quite empty compared to what it was. Now, part of that might just be the memory of a child and how you sort of romanticize things. But I think that it has deteriorated. There were fewer people. The books felt very old and stagnant. There just didn't seem to be that same life in the library. And I felt quite guilty about it, because I'm definitely to blame. You know, as a child, I was participating. I was like in this communal cognition system. I was contributing to it and I was receiving from it. But I stopped doing that, right? At some point in my life, I decided I don't want to go to the library anymore. It wasn't giving me what I thought I could get out of it. Or I think more likely nowadays, whenever I buy books, I just, you know, go onto Amazon and I buy a book on my Kindle and I read that book. And I think that, so there's obviously a decay that's happening on two dimensions there. There is the library itself. Obviously, I'm not paying my like library card fee or whatever it is, and there's maybe slightly less money being injected into the system by both the public and also by maybe the municipalities. But I think what's more sad is because I and others like me are not going and contributing and adding to that cognition system, that whole system is falling apart, right? And it's stagnating. We're not thinking together as a community anymore. And I think that that's terribly sad. I mean, there's obviously a benefit to sort of distributing knowledge through something like the internet, where if what you think is important is the actual information in the book, it's great to be able to go onto, you know, a website and get you know, a breadth of knowledge that's maybe not there in a communal library. But because you're interacting with that knowledge on an individual basis, we are definitely abandoning this communal thought. We're no longer thinking as a community. And so it's not really the degradation of the resources of the library or of the commons that worries me there, but rather when we retreat, we're sort of letting the whole thing stagnate and disappear. And I think that's what frightens me the most about the way that we are moving as far as interaction with libraries. So yeah, I mean, that was really what I was sort of ruminating over when I was writing this. Like I said, it's possibly a little bit pessimistic, but hopefully with the thought of it we can see if there's ways to make a change and move forward. From my part, at least, I have gone back to the library a few more times since then and are planning to do it more often. I think that even if the books are maybe a little bit stale and I can get nicer information other places, it is still worth going and participating in that communal cognition. And hopefully if I do and others, that system itself will start to rebuild and yeah, improve over time. So yeah, that was my little contribution, and thanks very much for listening.
Thank you, Timothy. You just were short of 5 minutes. Thank you so much for that.
So
now,
I go too quickly?
Okay, thank you. So Ellyn had to leave us, unfortunately. So we're just left with Timothy. So I'm going to field questions, comments, or reflections that any of you might have for Timothy after his presentation.
Together, yeah. So was it Timothy, right? Timothy,
Yeah.
I was in Finland recently because I was curious by this ranking that Finland has as the happiest country in the world and 7 successive years in a row and so on. And so I visited numerous communities, and it was fascinating to find libraries at the center of communities. And you know, alongside childcare facilities and parks and spaces that you could just enjoy as part of the public commons. But what struck me in the libraries was the kind of crossover. So the digital wasn't separate from the libraries themselves. One of the libraries had 3D printers, had laser printers, had all kinds of musical instruments that you could borrow, etc. It was all happening in the library space, basically, you know. So the digital infrastructure was combined with the library, and I think that that's interesting. You know, it kind of may be something we think about when you revisit your library. You know, kind of bringing these worlds together. I know Wit's library also lends out digital books, by the way. So again, it doesn't have to be worlds apart. These worlds can come together. Anyway, that's my comment.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Hassan Logat. I had occasion last week to speak to a number of, I don't know if I reached that stage, veteran trade unionists, the likes of Alec O and Jenny Grice and others, trying to write workers' history. And they made me feel old. But it was interesting because I recollected how I entered the union movement, in that I was expelled trying to become a teacher under apartheid days. Of course, trying badly to work at some capitalist bankers in a waste department, which I didn't do well. I ended up working in the public library in Lenasia. And what is interesting is that given the conditions, and this is what I think maybe Timothy must reflect upon. You know, before I even read the theory, of course we were reading theory on the side, I always saw the libraries as public spaces. It wasn't the book. It was the excuse to meet together. So we had chess there, I mean, under apartheid, that itself was a subversive activity, making a noise, you know, gathering people. It was really quite cool. So that's the one. But it inspired my thinking about libraries and books going on there. Of course, I joined Mao and the unions thereafter. But I'm one of the founder members of the Workers' Library and Museum. There were a few of us, Roshni, John Lewis, Luli Kalinikos, and others, long before what is happening there now. And again, it was very discussion focused because not all our people have the same literacies, you know, books in it, and guest speakers with the entree points for ideas. Let me just pursue this very same idea, when my partner and I, who's across the table there, and our kids traveled, we went to visit the Ankara Workers' Library, where garbage workers collected books to create a library. And they were shocked that we would be interested. Of course, they gave us a meal. When you're traveling so long, this is always welcomed. And then I wanted just to end with one point, which I don't want to take away Marta's point, but I was surprised when our kids would go to Barcelona. The kids, I mean, I think at one stage I put photos of one child could take books, 35 books, you know, what the hell? And exactly the experience that you were talking about you could read newspapers there in one of the libraries where you could be an Urdu newspaper for the local area, making immigrants feel at home. So clearly, I think just the point where I think where Timothy, where I want to take issue, is not only that we've abandoned these libraries. In part, the authorities have under-resourced them. When I went to the library where I worked, God, it was like there was a computer room, it was dark. It didn't, it clearly catered for poor people, right? The middle classes had abandoned it. And whereas when we were there, historically Indian township with sprinklings of other communities that were around, but it just looked like the place is like abandoned, like many public services. Austerity is a big part of it. And I think that there's no innovation amongst the leadership. All the words are there. I mean, Kader Asmal spoke about schools being the centers of community life. I mean, the bloody poor schools are paying rent, electricity, and a commercial rate. You know, so clearly there are a lot of problems, but I'm not a guest speaker here, sorry.
Great. I'm sorry I missed Ellyn. My name is Samantha. So I love libraries. Wherever I go to libraries. I just love the quiet and the books. And so no matter what city in the world I'm in a library. And so I spent a little bit of time at the Parkview Library. And it's an extremely well-resourced library, but it's because it's in a very wealthy neighborhood. So I think people donate books to the library, and they're like little reading circles for kids. So it's a very much a elite library, and it caters for a middle-class elite community. And so I'm curious about what township libraries must look like. And I haven't been to a township library. But I am interested because when I popped into like Randburg, near where you renew licenses and so on, I've been into that library. Now that's in like a more working class area. And there were a lot of people in the library, lots of people studying, reading. So there was it was quiet, which is the nature of libraries, I guess, but people were busy. And there were lots of people there, very busy. So I'm curious about how these spaces are used. And I think because, and I don't know what the Benoni Library is like, but there's definitely a class dimension to what these public spaces are like. And I think it's because the state is absent, gone. So these become resources that are created by people in that community, determined by their class and their access to resources. So I think there's something very powerful about the library as a public space. And I guess it breaks my heart that there is so little investment in the library, despite the fact that working class people are going to the libraries. That's where people study, and that's where people get access to some information and knowledge. So yeah, thanks for that. I really appreciated that and look forward to hearing from others.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, my name is Marta Garrick. For me, it's three main points. And Hassan, I thought you were going to talk about the Philadelphia Philly Free Library, where even a seed exchange could take place, or we learned also about the use of instruments and how people could borrow instruments and also other utensils of daily life, you know, like a baking, you know, for different, you know, bake pots and all kinds of utensils. So we can be very imaginative. For me, one main, and recently I was having a conversation with our teenage daughter, encouraging her as well to meet with friends and study at the library. For me, library is very, very important as a student as well. But then there's also another reality, which is the times they open. I mean, they close on weekends and they close at 5 o'clock. So it was effectively not possible for her and for the majority of working people who could then use the library as a public space. How much it lends itself to that, you know? Second, I mean, I cannot agree more. As you can hear from my accent, I'm originally from Barcelona, Spain, and every time we visit my parents, for me, the library is probably, well, Hessen almost heads off immediately to the library to catch on newspapers and other things. But for me, it's very much about the pulse of the city, you know? You get to see what's happening, you know, because there I know I'll find information also about a lot of other things. And it's the one that it's close to my parents is next to it's part of a civic center. So there's also workshops going on. So there's a constant invitation for people to go in. You might not go for the library, but you land yourself there in some certain way. And so yeah, it's something that I strongly miss here, and that's why I know that the times simply don't work. And my third point, and sorry I was late, but I did hear you talk about the distributed cognition of the system. For me, there's one thing as well. And when our daughter was young and first year of her life, she grew up in Barcelona. So we would spend a lot of time in public libraries as well. And for me, one thing that came very strongly at the time was that libraries, like all public spaces, but I recall very strongly once I was sitting with the kids reading, and there was another mom telling her son, listen, watch with the book, read it carefully. You're not the only child who's going to read this book. And for me, that was an important point. It's a practice of community, of citizenship, of thinking beyond yourself, of thinking intergenerationally, you know? Because often, I mean, and that's that education, and it's daily, and it's imbued. This is not yours, it belongs to everyone, and therefore we treat it carefully. And that's something that I often find in common public spaces, and it's missing, you know, when we miss that part of thinking as a whole instead of, well, it's my book, I can break it if I want it, you know? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a hand up in the online room. And then after that, I think we can hand over to Timothy to respond if he'd like. And then we'd open the floor again to any more reflections. So I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I think it's Farok. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Briani. Sorry about that. Let me just turn this down. Bloody hell. Are we on? Am I on?
Yes, we can hear you and can see you.
Okay, great. So first, I'd like to just remember Pirisho Keme, who was a librarian par excellence, and who actually made me love books. So he was a librarian in the 60s in Fordsburg and covered umpteen people who kind of went through him. That's the first. The second is I'm going to go a little bit contrary to what Huss and Marta said. I was a goat farmer in Gautshwane, Oorigstad, on the border of Limpopo and Mpumalanga in 2013, and was also a herd keeper of 3 children. And we used to go to the local library there. There were books that I found that were just phenomenal. I mean, I haven't found them in city libraries. It was a tiny little place. Constant Viljoen was a neighbor, believe it or not. And we used the library thoroughly. People came from Gautshwane village and used the library. It was well resourced. I didn't expect it to be. I'm not quite sure which government actually, whether it was the municipality or whether it was a provincial government that actually bought books for the library and kept it going. We had a librarian who wasn't, you know, kind of as worldly as we would expect in the cities, but she knew her shit. And she really helped those kids phenomenally. Fast forward to now, I use the Libby app And so I am a bit dissociated from human contact. Nevertheless, I use Killarney Library regularly. And there are people there. The librarians are fantastic. Well, the one that I know anyway. What I find problematic is when people come in, the attitude of people who live in the neighborhood or who happen to use the library towards the librarian is not humane at all, actually. And they use the librarian as if they're paying him, which I suppose they are, if they're paying their municipal taxes and what have you. But he's treated in a way that he's just a minion, which is not. So I've asked him sometimes, how does he feel? And he says, well, it would be nice if someone actually saw me and asked me questions about the books that I read. So that engagement is missing, I think. But that's across the board for us. You know, we don't see the car guards. We don't see people who manage our booms for our enclosures, etc., etc. So that all fits in a large way in Vish's overall idea of the commons and very much what I'm interested in. So I think we need to just kind of look outside of the urban model because rural models are different and they do actually offer some deeper humanity than I think we have in our city lives, which is all about making money and, you know, the fast lives that we have. If we could change that, I mean, that's what I'm looking for in today and tomorrow. Where are those answers and where's the nexus between the ways in which we need to live, want to live, care to live, and how we get there, independent of what government is. So thank you. I've taken quite a bit of time, but thanks a lot. Ciao.
Thank you so much, Comrade. That was a beautiful inclusion as well. Timothy, you're very, very welcome to respond.
Sure, I'll give it a go. Yeah, so there was quite a lot. I think maybe one of the first points I think Vish made was around not drawing a separation between the sort of digital and physical aspects of the library. Like a lot of libraries you go to, certainly there's computers there, there's internet, and so people are able to use it, use those as resources. And I agree, it's amazing, and for people who don't have access to that, I mean, that's exactly what you need, and so the library is doing its job by providing that. That's perfect. I'm a little bit, I mean, the sort of the loss of the tactile nature of it, I think, is maybe what I'm lamenting, and I'm not saying that it's one or the other, but that it's good to have both. And I think that we couldn't replace library. You couldn't like swing the pendulum all the way to the one side and just have it as a digital thing, because the fact that we are sharing physical objects, I think one of the speakers made this and quite a nice idea of having to share the physical objects. It's sort of like an act of community. You have to imagine the other people using it. And the library is a good way of sort of focusing in on that, to say that I am not the only person here. We together are using this thing. And maybe the physical keyboards and stuff have a degree of that, but the actual information online maybe loses a little bit of that part. I think a lot of people mentioned the sort of libraries, some libraries in the sort of Western, or let's say the northern part of the world, and how they function and how well they are functioning, and how useful they can be. I know there were a few stories that people told about different libraries that they had been to. I also recently I was in Athens with my father, and the two of us went to this new Stavros Nikos cultural center that's been built there. And it was beautiful, huge library, lots of books, lots of young people there using the books, but also using the sort of internet and everything to do the work. There was one moment, there's like a grand piano in one of the rooms, and there was this kid, I don't know, he must have been about 20, 25, playing the piano, and he started playing and people started to gather around him and just listen. And it was so beautiful. I mean, he was learning, and so he was making mistakes every now and then, but it was just such a beautiful moment. At the end, I turned to my father, and there were like tears in his eyes about how beautiful it can be when we can share these things, and libraries definitely give us space to do that. And so not every library can afford a piano, I'm sure, but still the fact that there are these shared things is quite amazing. I think when you do think about it from a class perspective, obviously, libraries are more than just books and they are more than just the internet. I think what they also are, you know, maybe like warmth when it's raining for certain people who don't have that, or running water, that kind of thing. If we stop investing in libraries, obviously not just the knowledge goes away and not just our ability to think as a community with this cognition system, but also just like very basic, you know, needs low down on the hierarchy, on Maslow's hierarchy of what people require that they don't have access to. And so definitely that would be terrible if that were to go away. But yeah, it does feel like the different libraries that you go to in different parts of the world and also in different parts of South Africa are differently resourced. And it's sad because it feels like communities that have enough private wealth are able to use that private wealth to enhance the quality of their public library, whereas in other communities where they don't have access to that, the library sort of falls into disrepair a little bit. So Benoni's maybe in the middle, maybe to the lower end of that. The library's not maintained so well. But like you're saying, you go to the Stanton Library or whatever, and it's a different experience. And it does also frighten me in a way where if you look, there's this new movement, especially I live in the suburbs, and there's this movement where people who live in the suburbs have said, okay, the municipality is no longer cutting the grass on the edges, or they're not filling the potholes, or they're not painting the street signs, and so we're going to start to do it, which makes you feel good on one dimension because you're like, oh, cool, we don't have long grass and we got street signs again. But it is not so nice because we are able to afford to do that because of the economic situation of the people that live here. And I think libraries, the same thing could happen, right? You could end up having rich people with nice libraries and poorer people without access to that. And the more we allow private wealth to bolster the public infrastructure of their little area, the more division you're going to get. And that's also not a nice trend in my mind. But yeah, the last point I just wanted to get to is the open times of libraries. Libraries are something that's so important to me as well, and I love them as places and I love them as concepts. But it also it bothers me that they're open one Saturday a month, I think. At least the ones near me. So it'll be closed every weekend except one Saturday a month. They're like, okay, we'll open it now, which is obviously kids studying need more than one Saturday a month. And just recently, my last comment, recently the Joburg Public Library was reopened after a long period of closure. And my family and I were so excited to go and, get back to this place. And we went on a Saturday. And it was all closed up, and it just felt like, what is the point? I mean, that's the sort of flagship library in the middle of Joburg town, and that's just not there's a big gate in front with a I actually took a photo. There's a signboard in front that says now open, but it's stuck up on a gate that's locked that you can't get through, and it's a little bit upsetting, and it feels like it wouldn't take that much investment from the city to be able to keep at least the big libraries open, every weekend. But yeah, thanks very much for everyone's comments. It was great to have you guys engage with my ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Timothy. We have 15 minutes till tea time, so I'm still happy to field any questions or reflections that anyone might have, but just short ones so we make it in time. Right.
Thank you. About libraries, it came that during the lockdown, people were not able to access these spaces. I liked very much that someone was talking about that we can, and now we can. I liked very much that someone was talking about using one book, a hard copy, and having that being passed around among many. But this is an opportunity to breathe in more information into this literature, to get also more information and make more meaning. The problems that we did face during this lockdown is that there was much looting, and this caused for the closing of many libraries. So the Johannesburg Library is open, really fantastic. Went inside, wanting to see what could have taken 2 years, and it does look like 2 years have been taken. But with the Soweto libraries, it has not been open, and investigating about how they could be open or what the process is, they talk about a financial year. And yes, I do hear also about the concern of operating hours, and think it could have something to do with labor laws. However, that could always be circumvented by having volunteers coming to the library to keep it operational and opening. So the biggest thing for our Soweto communities is that even during lockdown, the problem was having a desk and a chair for children to sit in and think at. And this problem is now continuing with the closure of libraries, and with the Civic Center having moved much of its departments around Johannesburg. It's not easy to locate who can give us the necessary assistance to keep our Sowetan libraries open so that we can continue to develop the labor of the mind.
I just wanted to come back to the gentleman with the long beard. I remember him. Yeah. I told Matthew Cheskelson, since we're name dropping, that I think I'm one of the few people who read his father's book, autobiography, which is like, I don't know, 700 pages, got from the Parkview Library. But this book you will not find in townships. So it's like supermarkets, and I do shopping as well. So you go to township supermarkets, they already classed you what you are supposed to eat, right? And then you go to a supermarket there because no, these guys eat more healthier, right? So I think that there are bigger problems, and austerity is one of them. But I really think that by us abandoning something that is thinking does not help, you know. And so we do take books out there. I mean, I remember shelving books. I mean, they were, I knew the books by titles, but they were, the political was so few and far between, the critical thinking books. It's almost like some of the arguments we argued against banned literature. I remember what people used to argue, some of these things was, no, these are middle class, they can handle ideas, right? So you find the more radical things here and not where it matters or supposed to matter.
Okay, so we have 2 questions here, 1 here, and then Prof, do you wanna? Okay.
I don't have a question, actually, it's a comment. I grew up in the township for like 19 years of my life. So my experiences with libraries is quite negative. It's a large area. Unfortunately, it's like 12 kilometers away from where I stay. So for me, it was quite difficult going there because of most of the time when you get there, the shelves are pretty empty. The books are really old, they're irrelevant, they're in a bad state. And most of the time when you get there, it's old people most of the time who are studying at UNISA who are there at the library. So you don't find your peers in the libraries. It's quite empty, the infrastructure is bad. And so my experience when I got to vets, I just went through my first time being in the vets library. It was quite shocking to me because it was well resourced. There was so many computers, the books were fresh, everything was in a good state. But unfortunately, where I'm from, I had to go to the library and take a walk about 12 kilometers in order for me to apply to get here. So my experience is quite different, and how we see things there and how we experience life is quite different compared to when we're here. It's a privilege for me to be here, and so, yeah.
So in terms of the capacity of the city to actually have a proper budget to actually finance the libraries, I feel as if they do have the resources, because like when you look at the annual financial statements of the city of Johannesburg, and the budget that they get from government, it's more than enough to actually address some of the inequalities that we see in our city libraries. So I think it's up to probably civil society to try to push the authorities a bit more, because libraries, restitutional institutions, and depositories of knowledge that benefit different generations of young people. And when I was actually thinking about some of the experiences that I had, like especially with some of the libraries, like the one at the Alliance Francaise and the British Council, they have periodicals that are very recent, up to date. You know, there's literature coming in every single week. And I think our city libraries are lagging behind. The books are quite old. And I think there needs to be some recycling as well of that, so that more up-to-date publications are coming in. If someone has won the Man Booker Prize, their literature should actually be in the library. The students should actually be able to go through it and read it, and be kept up to date as well. I know there's also a trend towards digital literature as well, but I think the hard copies should also still remain relevant, because there is an audience for hard copies as well. Thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment, and I'm a historian, so I have examples from the past about alternate libraries. So I just wanted to say in Durban, so I grew up in the CBD, and you could just walk to the library, and it was we spent all our recreation time, because there were no recreational facilities, no swimming pools, no sporting. So you just went to the library. So it was a very important part. But there was another library in the city center that was beyond municipal control. It was run by a family, the Parsi Rastamji family. It's just closed now, but it was started in the early 1900s. And it stocked books that you could not get in colonial society. These books came from India, they came in different languages. And so it served, it was actually quite, I think it would make a wonderful study of, how they set up this library and the kind of books and the kind of readership. And students use this library to study, university students. But I also wanted to talk about an alternate library, and that was in the 1980s. So we all know townships took very long to get libraries. So in Athlone, there wasn't really a major library. In the area that I live in, Rylands, only got a library in the democratic era, 1990s, that as late as that. And I live in a fairly privileged area, compared to the other areas around me. But I wanted to talk about the home of Dalla Omar, who's the Minister of Justice. I don't know who can remember him now, but he was a UDF leader. His house became a library. He had books that you would not find. These were all banned books. He had library books, and students gathered here. It was a gathering place for him. So I think these alternate libraries that emerged in spaces. So it's not your typical library where you went and sat and requested a book, but it was a place for gathering, for discussion about the books as well. So I just wanted to add that dimension.
In the last Democratic Marxism series, there's a chapter, the book is on digital capitalism. There's a chapter on reading culture in libraries. But one of the big takeaways from that chapter is that most households in South Africa don't have books. And therefore, libraries are very, very important if we want to build a reading culture in South Africa. But I think the other point about that chapter was that, and it was, again, critically engaging with the Gates Foundation, because they've had this idea that if you just put an e-reader or you put a digital device in front of a child, you're building a reading culture. And that's not the case. And again, the argument was being made that you need to have a societal approach to reading culture, to libraries, etc. And so social relations are very, very important. Technology is not the answer. And actually, in that chapter, it's saying that you can't build a reading culture just with technology. So anyway, so I'm just placing that in the conversation. My final point is just around Ellyn's input, and we shouldn't lose it. This idea of songs and cultural creation as commons. So we know in South Africa, we've had a tradition of song making in struggle, etc. You know, there's been a sort of popular archive of songs. You know, people are in the streets, in the front line, picket lines, marching. Songs come to the fore. And that's a beautiful thing. And it relates to the creative capacity in all of us, which Elodie will speak more about this afternoon. We all have this creative disposition and capacity, and we can create beautiful things, poetry, music, song, as part of the commons. It doesn't have to be commodified. It doesn't have to be a product that we have to buy, etc. So I think we must just keep that in mind. Thanks.
Thank you to everyone and everyone's contributions. So we're going to break for tea now, and then I'm going to hand over to Charles, my colleague Charles, for our second panel on being nature-centric in the commons. So yeah, we're going to just break for tea now. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you again and welcome to this second panel, Being Nature-Centric in the Commons. I have three wonderful speakers, Roushana Gray, Chris Martin, and Nosintu Mcimeli. Chris Martin and Nosintu Mcimeli will be joining us online, but Roushana is here. All my speakers will have 15 minutes to present, please. Roushana, your paper on the natural commons as a classroom, foraging on land and in the oceans. Your 15 minutes starts now.
Hello. I'm fine here, yeah. More conversational. I'm sitting in the commons here. Hello, everyone. My name is Roushana. I'm born, raised, and rooted in Cape Town, and I have a very mixed multicultural heritage. So it's always been very important for me to understand who I am on this land and what this place and space tastes like. I find passion, purpose, and joy cultivating a curiosity for our edible landscape. And I've founded a small nature-inspired organization called Veld and Sea in Cape Town, where together with our collective of chefs, facilitators, creatives, scientists, and educators, we aim to inspire reciprocal relationships with the land and the sea. We teach wild food foraging workshops using food and ecology as tools for learning with nature as a classroom. And these events run through the season, so there's always something wildly delicious available. Coastal foraging in summer, wild mushrooms in autumn, land plants in winter, and edible flowers in spring. A lot of these workshops take place in the commons and links to teaching about shared responsibility and about knowledge, access, and reciprocity. So in my piece that I wrote, I wanted to share a reframing of the natural commons as not only land or resources, but as a relational space between people, plants, water, and memory, because these are living archives and a deep space of learning. Many South African ecosystems once functioned through shared stewardship. If we think about watering holes, grazing lands, fishing zones, and medicinal knowledge. We all know that colonization and privatization has disrupted these, but the everyday commons like verges, coastlines, gardens, pavements, even a tree in the middle of the city remain places of potential reconnection of food and education. And I'd just like to add here that as I was listening to all of these other amazing speakers, I thought it would be valuable to share that I am not an academic and I have learned with the commons as my teacher. So I've learned through spaces like the library, trawling through books, and having the mountains and the ocean as my teachers and as my sacred classroom. So I just want to read a little bit to introduce this idea of nature as a classroom from my blog piece. When we work with nature as a classroom, our subject surrounds us. It leans in on all sides, generously offering up subjects like physics, ecology, botany, oceanography, astronomy, and natural science in exploratory multi-sensory lessons. In this space, it is easy to capture and retain attention and allows for new knowledge to be absorbed through hands-on experiences. Education in this environment can be taught through storytelling, exploration, and play. And if this outdoor classroom feels safe and nurturing to the student, the pedagogy possibilities are endless. Then I write a little bit about teaching in the intertidal zone. And I love this space because it's so interesting and a curious liminal space. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not, and nobody owns it. And where I live and work in Cape Point in Cape Town, geographically speaking, it's situated on this tiny little strip of peninsula. It's deliciously situated. And it's got the icy cold Atlantic on the one side and a beautiful warm Indian Ocean on the other. And yeah, so this ocean has been a huge mentor. On the lacy shorelines where the mountain slips into the sea, an immersive living classroom can be found. Spring tides takes place twice a month, every 2 weeks, over a full and new moon. When the sun and moon are in alignment with the earth, it creates a magnetic force that generates much stronger tides than usual due to the gravitational pull on the earth's waters from these two celestial bodies. When this happens, it creates a very exaggerated high tide, which rises up to completely submerge the rock pools and greet the sandy beach, sometimes even extending as far up as the sandy dunes, where you'll sometimes find the telltale signs of beach-cast kelp flung high up and mixed in with the dune vegetation. Then slowly, receding over a 6-hour period, a super tide falls much lower than usual, receding over the rocky shores and out towards the sea, exposing a secret, glittering, life-filled slice of intertidal zone, also known as the littoral zone, now easily accessible to enter by foot and seek out and observe the many ecological stories at play. This area is not available or accessible over neap tides when the tidal range is smallest and the fluctuation of the high and low tides are not very pronounced. Spring lows always occur in the mornings, shifting up to afternoon lows over neap tides. So by understanding these rhythms and cycles of nature, we can flow with the timing of the macrocosms to access the microcosms. When taking students out to explore this unique ecosystem teeming with a multitude of organisms, a curiosity organically develops when we slow down and take the time to look deeper into nature. This pause and reflection can open up many doors to the questions that surface naturally. What is the seaweed called and why is it so different from this one growing on the very same rock? What happens to the anemones when the tide goes out? How does the swell size affect the low tide mark? A deep ecological classroom naturally rises from this kind of immersive learning, our commonwealth. It becomes a nurturing space of inquiry and can form the perfect environment for both teaching and for retaining new information. Once you have learned something through an embodied experience, you can never unlearn it. If you yourself have had a hands-on experience which has taught you something that you can personally connect back to a memory, a time, a place, or a taste, you're less likely to forget it. With this shift in perspective and thinking, how can we walk in the world in the same way again? This pedagogy is embodied and creative, encouraging a deeper connection and felt experience with both the natural world and ourselves. And then I want to touch a little bit on foraging and how it's changed the way that I see the world. The act of gathering our food from source is one of the most fundamental connections that we have to nature as humans living on Earth. Foraging has completely changed the way I view and interact with the world. Over the years, it has shown me a deeper respect for what the ocean holds and what is on land, and has taken me on many incredible edible journeys where seaweeds and wild plants are experienced as food and medicine, but also as home and habitat, facilitating connection to community, science, spirit, and self. It has altered my senses in the way that I look at the coastline and landscapes. These are not just rocks, seaweed and shellfish, mountains, plants, and flowers. These are stories, history, and mystery, taste, recipes, and heritage, and the educational keys to unlocking so many richly layered lessons to learn and teach. So when we engage with the commons, we are engaging with an ecological community and diverse ecosystem of ancient technology. The human to nature relationships that we experience in these blue and green spaces are where we can find a shifted sense of perspective, understanding, value, and belonging in the natural world. Just like a tree with its roots planted firmly in the earth, we are also connected to all living things. We breathe with the plants and the ocean. Just all of us here sitting, taking breaths, inhaling oxygen created by the trees and the seas, and exhaling carbon dioxide that is taken up and transformed through this choreographed carbon-oxygen exchange. Our sleep, hormones, and hunger sync to the cycle of the moon and the sun. Our blood flows with remarkably similar mineral content to that of the ocean, and our bones mirror the calcium, magnesium, and phosphorus that we find in the mountains and the soils. We belong here because we are nature, and the more that we remember this truth, the deeper our reconnection becomes. Stillness invites presence, and presence is intimate. And it is in these moments of slowness in natural environments that we can return to relationship with ourselves and come home to our own human nature. So I've been thinking about this nature-centric way of thinking and being, and instead of centering humans in these decision-making for the crisis that we're in, what happens if we take nature as our reference point? What if the natural commons were our teachers in our classrooms? And if we slow down to seasonal rhythms and take cues from our environment, working on ecological time and not capitalist time, how can this ancestral intelligence guide us towards the answers we're looking for? A deep time earth lesson of looking backwards to look forwards.
Thank you so much, Roushana. That was amazing. We'll move to our next speaker who is online, Chris Martin, to speak about his piece on Satoyama in Japan, reviving a socio-ecological production landscape rooted in the commons. Chris, your 15 minutes begins now.
Thank you so much. And lovely to be here with you all. I'm joining from just outside of Tokyo, so it's evening here, morning for you. I did prepare some slides. I hope that is okay, because unfortunately I cannot speak as beautifully as Roushana can, but I do want to echo in this session two of the points which I really relate to, which is the relational aspect of the commons and the rhythms. And also, while Roushana talked about liminal space, a lot of what I'm going to talk about next is about how we see commons as boundary spaces, and what it means not to live within nature or for nature to be living, within human society, but to live within the boundaries between human and nature. So this is going to expand upon my blog piece a little. And for a little bit of context, I'm currently doing a PhD at the University of Tokyo in sustainable society design, but my background is in advertising and marketing. So I come from a world of commodification and capitalism, and much more recently, a very deep-seated dissatisfaction with the outcomes that I was producing. So I am somewhat an outsider navigating my way through this space. But I'm not here to talk about what I'm doing in that PhD today. I'm here to talk about Satoyama, Satoumi, and the ecological production landscapes, which I've been spending a lot of time with friends in Japan. And while in the blog piece I talked about what those are, today I'm also going to talk a bit about how we're trying to translate some of these ideas into practice, bring them into the city, into peri-urban spaces, and some of the challenges that brings as well. So a little bit of background on what Satoyama is. It's a compound word formed of Sato in Japanese meaning village and Yama meaning mountain. So it very literally is the boundary space that happened or was created during feudal eras of expansion as this very mountainous country effectively ran out of arable land and farming space, and production systems had to move closer towards pristine nature, towards the mountainous landscapes. And it accounts for about 40% of all land in Japan nowadays. So they are areas in which you will find forests, farmlands, irrigation, grasslands. A very notable feature of Satoyama landscapes is that they take this mosaic pattern. They're not monocultural in the types of wildlife and biodiversity. They are very much patchworks of different crops, different types of land. And they are importantly created by human activity. They are created as production landscapes. But over centuries, they have become these irreplaceable habitats for flora and fauna. And my colleague tomorrow, who will be joining, Baba-san, is going to talk a bit about, I think, the new tragedy of the commons, where some of these spaces are disappearing not because of competing interests, but because of declining populations and what impact that is having, and the strain it's putting on these shared systems of governance. And just for a bit of context, some of the benefits that these landscapes offer are across nature and living organisms, control of wildlife, landscapes. They are economic and they are also cultural. But the bit I'm going to focus in on today is active management. So there's an increasing number of studies which show that there's actually a lot of biodiversity loss occurring when Satoyama landscapes stop being actively managed. So when populations decline and they are no longer able to support this kind of immense amount of manual labor that goes into managing this mosaic patchwork landscape, and it becomes overgrown with single species of crops or invasive plant life, the amount of biodiversity that is observed in those spaces significantly declines. And in particular, there are two species heavily affected, the Genji firefly, which is rarer now than it was just a few years ago, and the buzzards, which my little diagram on the right is from a recent paper just showing how these mosaics provide different, effectively ecosystem services to these different species. But that is all a little abstract. So the example I like to give to kind of bring it to life a bit is this increasing tension between human and animal populations. One of the unexpected benefits of these boundary spaces has been that it keeps human and bear populations relatively separate. And as Satoyama spaces are being less actively managed, the trees grow larger, the bears are more incentivized to mix with humans, unharvested crops, orchards, chestnuts, fruits, draw them close to houses, and that leads to conflict. So one of the pressing challenges for a lot of these rural communities right now is that depopulation, less active management isn't just harming the biodiversity around them, but it's also encouraging more tension with nature, which is this very interesting dynamic, which a lot of people I speak to locally highlight when Sadayama is discussed internationally as this frustration because rural landscapes in Japan do tend to, especially in ecological economics, in post-growth, degrowth literatures, are very much romanticized, but there are some very significant lived experience challenges about life in these rural landscapes as well. So in terms of commoning, there are kind of 4 major commoning practices which happen in Sadayama. The first is the collective governance system of Iari, which governs based on land ownership in local villages, who has access to forests. And that access is mediated also by shared responsibility. So it's shared rights and shared responsibility. Also, a lot of periodic seasonal events, so getting the community together to participate in seasonal rhythms and cycles, whether that's the cleaning of waterways and irrigation channels, the collection of fallen leaves to increase kind of composting resources, but also reduce wildfire risks, and community-led coppicing. These are some of the kind of everyday practices which build community and also contribute to that active management of nature. So a group of friends and I have started this project on the University of Tokyo's Kashiwa campus that we're calling Kashiwa no Hatake. It's a bit of a pun in Japanese, taking the name of the city we're in, and also using the colloquial term for field. So we're trying to understand how we can take some of the lessons from Sadayama and apply them in cities, in population centers. So we're very fortunate to have this kind of small, maybe 50 square feet plot of land towards the back of the campus where we're able to experiment with different approaches to farming, to shared governance. There's 8 of us in the core membership with backgrounds from marine ecosystems, economics, social policy, technology, and education. And what we're trying to do is apply these active management techniques and kind of common rights and responsibilities to this plot of land. And today I want to share 4 examples of what we consider to be everyday commons in this context. The first is building tool libraries and seed banks, where members can borrow specialist equipment, bring items in for repair in exchange for contribution to the management of the land. The seed bank is also great because it helps us maintain biodiversity. If someone within the local community has a overstock of seeds, because very small scale urban farming is relatively popular in this area, then they can be exchanged, and we can maintain the kind of diverse range of crops that we're planting, and also share some of our overstock with others. And again, it's just a physical reminder of where we are and kind of a physical meeting of people as well. On the nature front in particular, one of the programs we're trying to build is this regular BioBlitz program to monitor changes in biodiversity. So as we start to actively manage the land together, is there an increase in the species, the plants, insects, and fungi that we're seeing? We think this is going to help build local ecological intelligence. It certainly is for us as the core members. And it creates baseline data, and it's fun. People like to bring their families, get involved. And we're just looking to see if we can monitor or measure the changes in nature's contribution to people or ecosystem services. We're also looking at the arts. and how we can develop connections with fishing communities who don't use Satoyama but have a very similar management system of Satoumi, shared access to the sea. Abalone shells in particular, very high in calcium, very good for soil health, but they're also very commonly used for artistic expression. So are we able to connect people to the land through art as well? And then lastly, my favorite, we host seasonal festivals. So for example, just recently, sweet potatoes, this perennial crop, which will continue to grow as big as you want, as long as you let them. But if you leave harvesting too late, they become very fibrous and tough to eat. So we've started to host an annual sweet potato festival, which kind of acts as this fun, regular reminder to us, to students, to staff, to the community, that the sweet potatoes are ready to harvest, they're ready to eat. And also just kind of bring those seasonal rhythms back into our day-to-day city lives. So what we're starting to play with is this kind of emerging model of cultivating the commons, where there is consideration for the physical commons, collective land rights, shared labor responsibility, shared seeds, shared tools, and also a similar stream of knowledge commons, seasonal rituals, the wisdom we are building about this very specific patch of land. And through this being a student-led initiative, we do see a high turnover of people coming and going, so we're able to very quickly model what is effectively intergenerational passing on of knowledge, what works, what doesn't work. So what's next? We're very much struggling with this two-tier system of governance, and we're trying to find out what the limits are to scale. But I'll leave it there. I think I'm at time on 15 minutes, so thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Chris, for your input. And I think you can tell by the reactions from our next speaker, Nosintu Mcimeli, a lot of what you are doing relates to what the South African Food Sovereignty Campaign has been doing and the Climate Justice Charter movement as well. But we can come back to that in the discussion. Our next speaker is also online, Nosintu Mcimeli. She'll be speaking to her piece, Where the River Smiles Again, Commons, Community, and Everyday Healing in Ngamakwe. Nosintu, your 15 minutes starts now.
Hello everyone, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you and we can see you.
Okay, sorry, don't mind the sound of the cats. Good morning, everyone. I'm so grateful to be in this space. Technology is killing us this side, but thanks to the support that I get from you guys, especially Charles, you saved the day. My name is Nosintu Mcimeli, and I am the founder of the organization called Emancipatory Person with Disabilities. As Charles introduced me, that I also coordinate the South African Food Sovereignty Campaign here in Ngamakwe in the Eastern Cape. My piece in the Rivers Without Eating Time, in the River Smiles, here in Ngamakwe, we have got lots of drought. We've been affected a lot by droughts during those days, and it's still happening now, as we also have communal taps that are actually no longer white elephants. I'm not sure about the color that they have now. Those elephants that are standing there, bringing nothing to the people, but only vandalized. And we have got here, lucky for us, and thank you to the nature, we've got indigenous and natural rivers. And those rivers, because of the taps that came in, the rivers got abandoned, and they also now contaminated, and they are filthy. So what Abane Bongo actually came about, the idea of a river cleaning project, whereby we started to clean those rivers so that we can have enough water, because most of the household can't afford to buy water tanks like JoJo tanks. And also in our project, we can't afford those things because they are expensive, some of them. And the river cleaning project came handy because we actually are working with young people, and we also working with children. And we go out and clean those rivers using available resources that are like borrowing spades, borrowing gumboots, wheelbarrows, and we clean them. And what we actually realized that we are not going to finish cleaning those rivers because there are a lot and they are huge and long. So what we decided on doing, we realized that there are those indigenous ponds and streams that are actually coming out underneath there at the river banks, and we thought, okay, let us focus on that specifically so that we can dig them out. Because they were also blocked. So we took all that blocking mud out of them. And believe me, we were thinking when we started that they were going to be clean and full on the following day, only to find out when we go there in the evening, they were so clean, they were so beautiful, they were full. There were 2 of them that we actually did on that same day. And at this moment, we've got 4 in 2 different rivers. So one is on top and one at the bottom of the village and of the river. So lots of people getting water now from those ponds that we cleaned. Even if it's raining, people go there and get clean, beautiful, healthy, sustainable water from those streams that we cleaned. And what also excites us is actually the involvement of children, because the children before we used tumors in our days to first go to the river to get the water from those streams that time in the morning and in the afternoon, because you have to use water, your own water, before you go to school. So we're teaching these children that now. So they do go, they are not well trained to actually go in the morning to get clean water in there. And also in the afternoon, they are excited because they have never seen something like that. So they also now got this responsibility because of the trainings and the talks with them. They got the responsibility of actually teaching others not to dirty the water, not to play in there, not to contaminate rivers. Believe me, you. So children are very, very involved in that project. So yeah, the water also helps us because the rivers, because of the filthy, we can't take that water to water our plants. So we actually use that stream waters to actually water our plants, and our plants don't need chemicals anymore. Believe me, you, our spinach is like a dark black and healthy for everyone, because in our gardening project we actually taking that spinach and delivering to the homes of people living with disabilities and bedridden free of charge. So they're eating that clean spinach from that river cleaning project. And people have been asking, what do you use in your garden? Because we never see you guys using chemicals. We showed them to the river, and it's so amazing. It's natural. It uses less expensive resources. Although, yes, we really do need, support on more protective gears to actually clean the rivers actually, because those streams flows in the river now. They give water in that river, so they give life to the rivers now. Even if the river dry, now the rivers don't get dry anymore underneath or beneath those streams now, because they feed in the river, but unfortunately they feed in the filthy rivers. So that's it from me. I hope I was in time nicely. I will only hear from the questions if everyone have got the questions. I am so happy to share and explain to everyone our achievement on our project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nosintu. That was beautiful. Now I open it up to the floor for questions and comments. I've had 3 very wonderful inputs on this panel. Perhaps to break the ice, I'll just throw a question to Chris. One of the things we are trying to do is the Climate Justice Charter movement is to think about community biodiversity registers, to help communities to think about their biodiversity and to show that knowledge of biodiversity is not lost. We often say in Africa that when an elder dies, a whole library has died, but we have to protect that indigenous knowledge. So I'm interested to know in how the BioBleeds program is working. Like, what are you recording? How is it going? So that we can learn lessons from that. Any other questions and comments from the floor? Should I throw it straight to Chris? Okay, Chris, you can go.
Okay. So we can't take credit for BioBlitz. That it is a free online tool available to everybody. The way we are implementing it is we are trying to run once every 2 to 3 months a group gathering. So us, our friends, family, children, and bring people together to effectively just count how many species of, and we're focusing on 3 areas right now. So it's insects, fungi, and plants. How many of each of these things can you see today? And that's slowly building a register over time. I think the other thing you mentioned that that really strikes a chord with me is kind of elders as this huge source of knowledge. And Baba will talk to this more tomorrow, I think. But one of the real challenges in Satoyama and Iari community-based governance systems is depopulation, is declining rural populations, and traditions dying out. So the other thing we're trying to do is to, as we get new cohorts of people through every year, we've got new people joining as students, new people leaving, is to really try and model on a small scale how we can make sure that knowledge is passed on, rituals are maintained, and they have meaning beyond being in activity. And I think that starts with values and worldviews and being relational rather than measuring things intrinsically. And we're trying to make sure that there's an element of democratization of knowledge, that the knowledge isn't held by one person, that it is shared across our membership. That is difficult though. And just coordinating, like I said, like I alluded to towards the end, one of the challenges we're struggling at the moment with is very much kind of a 2-tier system of governance that's emerging between core members and then casual members who are also contributing to this work, and ensuring that not too much knowledge is built up in that core membership, which poses a transition risk effectively.
Thank you so much, Chris. I see your hand online, Joe. You can unmute.
Hello, everybody. Charles, can you just give me a thumbs up? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I just wanted to say thanks to Roushana, Martin, and Nosintu for your talk so far. It's been great. I think for me, I've just got more of a comment and more of a reflection from my own response specifically to Chris. When you were kind of explaining the situation around when active management of nature stops, this is people and the active management kind of stopping between that space, and how, bears kind of came more into this and created more of a wildlife, human wildlife kind of conflict because of human inactive management. I found that quite interesting. And I say this as a reflection because I was like, well, but why is that the case? And I think that just kind of speaks to like this people nature divide and how it's actually so sedimented in our own psyche, even as someone who is very familiar, and it kind of is what I base all of my work on, is this kind of people nature divide and try and bring it closer together. But it was so interesting that humans were actively actually almost creating this natural barrier between wildlife and an urban kind of space. And I see that I'm very interested in conservation and community. And this is probably a case study most people are familiar with, but I really love it and I use it often to explain this idea of community and conservation kind of coming together, is the bees, and elephants are afraid of bees. And in a lot of human wildlife conflict zones in South Africa, they've started to use bees as an active, in inverted commas, fence, as a space to use a natural, I don't know, kind of organic way to prevent human wildlife conflict. So, like I say, this is more of a reflection on my part in response to when you said active management of nature. I was kind of like, oh, well, that's quite a strong term, but we should be more involved because people and nature should be working together. So that's more of a comment, and thank you very much to everybody.
Thank you very much, Joe. Vish?
Hi. Thank you to all three of you, both for your very inspiring kind of blog pieces, but also for the inputs. So Robin Wall-Kimmerer, in her work, she talks about the commons as giving us gifts, and but she also talks about sort of the ethics, right? So we live in a world where it's all about taking, consuming, extracting, and so on. So it'd be really nice to hear from each one of you a little bit about the ethical practices that you engage in. You touch on it in your piece as well, Roushana. It's something that Chris also mentions in terms of the Satoyama practices. But again, what is the ethics of that? And then, of course, Nosintu, I mean, you also don't over extract the water. You clearly know that you've got to take care of those ponds, and you got to take what you need. But maybe you can say more about that. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Vish. Samantha?
Okay. The work that the organization I work for, we've been doing is around defense of the commons, defense of people's land and territories, forests. And I think, having worked on the communal land tenure systems for a long time before, I think the centrality of humans in this web of life, the centrality of humans to the preservation of nature, the cleaning up of nature, the harvesting of weeds and so on out of nature. And when humans are taken out of the picture, what the consequences are. So for example, we consistently are coming up against the question of conservation. So conservation projects across the region where people are being taken out of their natural habitats. It's often linked to carbon trading. And so the people who are central to protection and the preservation of nature are taken out as if their presence is harmful to nature. So this is very westernized, flawed logic of how you protect nature and you protect other species, the more than human species. And it's actually leading to a lot of human-wildlife conflict. So in large swathes of the continent, we're hearing of increased confrontations with elephants, baboons, so large species who are being, through conservation efforts, they're being corralled into these areas, populations are growing, and it's just not sustainable. And so I think this question of like this very Western notion of nature and how we protect nature is something we really need to be contesting more. And so we've been grappling with, do we want to take up the fight against these Western conservation projects that are taking humans out of nature? And I mean, if you look at, for example, these huge forest fires that are happening all over the world, a lot of that actually has to do with indigenous people being taken out of the forests. And people have ways in which you clean the forest, you make sure that the forest can sustain itself, that it's not affected by fire. So we've been grappling with, do we take on this question of conservation? Because it's probably one of the greatest threats to the commons. And people's ability to live in the commons. So yeah, I'm curious, we were talking earlier about conservation and how even like in large areas of South Africa, there's conservation areas where people just cannot go in, you're criminalized when you go in. And similarly with forest communities where these carbon trading and conservation projects have been set up, people are being killed. People are being killed for going into the forest, going into their traditional territories to harvest and live off the land. So yeah, I think this is a big fight for us around the commons is conservation.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Those points about the forest and being conserved or not really sparked some points, because if the Amazon or the rainforest is not conserved and the land is used for grazing cattle, then the post-traumatic stress on the earth could be felt along the California line regions where there's fires that cannot be tamed any longer because there's a congestion or a stress at a portion of the earth. That was really very inspiring. Thank you for that. About the rivers and the cleaning of the rivers. Cleaning a river, I would suggest, so this is a comment more. Cleaning a river is, this cleaning of the river, I don't see it as just removing human evidence, that is litter and all that is not good for the vital life that is in the microbiome, the microorganisms that are in the river. That is good for that, but there's also a deeper cleaning that needs to be done in the river. Longer ago, when contaminating the river in some African parts, if you were found to be maybe throwing a carcass of an animal in the river, there would be great penalties for that. These would include just really very violent and barbaric ways. So I would like to suggest today that the cleaning of the river should not just extend to the physical rubble, but also thinking of those people that were tortured because they did not know the river etiquette or how to conduct or how to remove waste effectively. So the next point would be not just to remember those that were punished for using the river wrong, but also mobilizing future generations about a clean or an effective way of waste management. So the cleaning should extend, deeper. I did hear deeper too than just the superficial human evidence and litter. There's a lot of work that needs to be cleaned in the river. There were troops that could not cross to the other way. And as soon as this work is done of relief and release of people that are stuck in those areas, then we will find more innovative ways about how to move water in an irrigation system that is powerful, moving water from the garden from the river to the garden without much labor. An item about the farming in Japan, this was really interesting because Chris Martin sounds like a master teacher, someone who has been working this for many generations and is now ready to teach and impart information. But I have a question for him, and this question is about cultivars. And in South Africa, there's a dairy company that will patent their cultivars, as in have their kind of milk only tasting like their kind of milk, and nobody else can have that kind of taste. It extends as well to livestock, as in people have this kind of livestock that is sustainable and has all these other good economic things, and keep this brand to themselves. Is that the case with the generational learning? Is this information accessible to a person in China who's also able to grow crops in a similar way as Japan? I'm talking about access to cultivars and specific tastes of crops. Are these available to people as part, to the globe, as part of Japan's integration to the rest of, and publicization or accessibility to the rest of the world? So are these cultivars patented and specific to this culture and this group? Are they available to the rest of the world? And also thank you for all the crops. I also have another one about alignment of the moon and the stars, and this yes, so I was going to ask for an expansion about the lateral zone, please. Now, this is something that I can get online and with academic information, but I also do realize that people from this talk, I noticed that academic training is not everything. Learning is found everywhere. And in fact, institutional training can switch off some essential parts, some parts that are creative and creativity that are natural and intrinsic to a person that are really innate. And I'm glad to have seen someone that can source information out for themselves and make it sound really clear and empathetic and so truthful and genuine. These areas in mental health, we need to reactivate. We need to see more of that, more people talking with this level of humanness, and also some mental aptitude as well. This was really great to see. And I realized that some institutions, some academic institutions can facilitate the switching off of some human parts that are really needed with humanities, with humanitarians like this. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll just take 2 more hands from the room and then 1 hand online, but I must request we keep it under 2 minutes. So I'm using my powers as chair to impose the 2-minute rule. Thank you.
Thanks. For me, more than a question is a comment. And I think it's how I was struck how the Satoyama example brought us back to the library conversation we had earlier. And to a certain degree to the conservation point that you were making, Sam, which is that before the material goods, there are the social, call it social ecosystem relationships that intervene in what is a common. You know, and the moment that is devoid of that, then the libraries are no longer commons. But why? Because it's that other thing that makes a common. Same with, you know, Satoyama. So it's common in practices, or I would say it's really the commons. There's no commons without common practices. You know, it's that infrastructure of life that it's built on the more material infrastructure, if you want to, or that makes it possible. So it's the practice, right? Of all the new forms of collaboration, of solidarity. So for me, like it really connects. And just, Richard, you spoke about gifts or extracting, and I thought I was looking at the program, and I was thinking that in the part of the world where I come from, and for years now, one of the things that is been something that it's been really hollowing up the commons has been the tourism industry. And here often I see it sometimes through conservation as well, or through other seen as a solution, but really it's an extractive industry. that really hollows up what makes, you know, things and places or ecosystems attractive, which is the relationship that I don't know, is at the core of that commons. So you, Barcelona, you guys are not there, but it's really about hollowing the commons.
Yeah, I will definitely be shorter than 2 minutes. Just that I always get inspired when we talk about living with nature. And then because I work with mine waste and with poor communities, specializing particularly around tailings and that, I must tell you, and I told this to the unionists, I've never worked with people who are so marginalized and so poor than those who have got nothing. The workers and others have a stake, they get a salary. The people are jobless there. Gives rise to a whole lot of opportunism and which middle class sensitivities will be very offended by because people have to survive. And so those barriers, for example, of corrupt political office or kind of declining mining sector, is quite common throughout the country. But what we've now thinking about, we've been discussing something which is not the core business about how do people actually live? What do they eat? What is nutrition that they ate the day before? And I have this tension in me because the funding and the support I get is not to make people eat properly, of course, eventually, but it's meant to fight for accountability, to make sure that the waste is not there. And that tension, we are dealing with it now. But I wanted you to reflect all of it because I see some of the universities are doing good work, but really I'd like this to be replicated in very marginalized communities.
Thank you so much. I'll take the last input from online. Farouk, you can unmute.
Thanks, Charles. Well, I hope my beard is out of action now for us. Marta, thank you for bringing up the tourism thing. Can you hear me? Yes, I think you can. Because I really am so against tourism in the ways that we seem to be doing it nowadays. Going back to, I was supportive of the Climate Justice Charter, absolutely, and endorsed it. But the one thing that I felt lacked was that it was still human-centric, and we were not taking the commons writ large. Yes, Charles, I see your expression, but there you go. And I know that it's a trope for me, because even in the room now, I'm hearing about conservation, but I'm not hearing about humans being one element of. Humans are still central. We're looking at human poverty. We need to look at human beings in a different way and sentience as a whole. Now, I worked in Botswana 20 years ago, and they had community-based natural resource management, which involved conservation as well, and lived quite well. Conservation as practiced in South Africa is a very unique and colonial form of doing it. Parts of Africa have done it very well, and we need to look at those places for success stories. In addition, I do feel that human beings should be kind of more on the side, and we need to take the core is all other species and what are we doing for them? So human development is put out as a sort of positive term, but is it? I don't believe that it is. So I think we need to question that. Now, it's possible that other sessions coming on later in the afternoon and tomorrow would cover how we as Homo sapiens or Homo destructors, as I would say, fit into the whole, as opposed to us being the drivers. And Hassan and I will probably agree about where unionists come out on it, but yeah, we'll have that discussion separately. The other big one is around nutritional security. People talk about food security. I'm not in that. I've been working in that area since 1977. It's decades. Nobody in South Africa has picked me up on that. And if there is someone who knows about it, I do, because I've been immersed in the work. In 2019, for the end of September into October, I went around the Northwest Province to about 38 really deep rural communities. And people there were waiting for food for 3 days. That's 3 times 24 hours that they were hungry. teaching or educating or sharing with those people around how they could grow enough food to be nutritionally sound is kind of the key focus for me around how to use the commons effectively. So those are my points. Thanks, Charles. Ciao.
Thank you so much for those points. I'll hand it back to my panelists. I know there's been a lot of questions and comments, but Roushana, your response, and then Chris, and then Nosintu. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I've written some of the questions down. I hope I can remember them all. And I'll also try and keep it short and sweet. Prof. Fish was talking about ethics and reciprocity. This is integral in foraging practice. When we teach and share foraging knowledge, sustainability is of the utmost highest. In fact, I don't even want to say the word sustainability anymore. I'd like to switch that over to regenerative. And yeah, the more that we can experience something, the more we understand it. And the better we understand it, the more we are going to likely want to take care, respect and protect these beautiful blue and green spaces. And with that understanding that the more we take care of nature, the more nature can take care of us. So this relational way of working with nature is incredibly important. And with it comes a long list of foraging do's and don'ts, depending on whichever biome you are foraging from. So yes, it is deeply important. The other one was conservation and the commons. This is a very important thing, and conservation is incredibly destructive to those who are living in these spaces. And in our conversation that we had earlier, we were just talking about the difference between normal conservation and social conservation. And when you remove people from their place, whether it's in the coastline or in the forest, you are removing them from their heritage, you're removing them from their culture, and essentially their very identity. And so what does this mean? What does this look like? Yeah, that's like another lecture for another day. Let's talk about the stars and the moon and their alignments. I'm not sure what your question was exactly. Do you want to know how it works with the tides?
Well, you're talking about the littoral zone.
Yes.
And how we are affected.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Thank you. I really hope I remember my question. It was more of a comment about adding to any space and academic rooms, adding the true and authentic humanitarian quality in it. And you're talking about the food garden and the space as a relational space for between the soil and the water and the people. But it's fascinating how moonrise can change even attitudes of people and how crops grow and are developed. And I wanted to know about the lateral zone and how you incorporate this in your everyday farming and undertaking for growing crops and cultivating the land and making the earth work.
Sure. Well, basically, I live by the moon phases. We plant and harvest according to moon phases. And when it comes to working with the intertidal zone and the coastline, you have to be in sync with the rhythms of the moon phases to understand when you can actually access these intertidal spaces in the rock pools. So around a full moon or a new moon, which happens every 2 weeks, you get these very exaggerated low tides. And then it's easily accessible for anybody to just step into the space. You don't need a wetsuit, you don't need any gear. All you need is the understanding of the edible ingredients in this landscape. Yeah, so that's how it works. And so in understanding that. And it's a practice. I mean, you can read online and you can study it, but also there's something really special about this ritual learning of returning to the same space over and over again in nature to understand it. Yeah, an embodied experience.
Thank you, Roushana. Chris, over to you.
Okay, so I have made lots of notes and these may not be fully coherent, so apologies in advance. But I want to start with the question of ethics, because I think Satoyama spaces are this kind of fascinating case study in big ethical questions which none of us have answers to. I think, you know, the first question is what are we trying to achieve? There's this question that always runs through my mind, especially when we're doing things like the biodiversity monitoring of, is more biodiversity better? Why? Is it the same everywhere? And I think that speaks to this tension with kind of Western universalism and this obsession with universal laws and applicability. Whereas the reality is a lot of these, and the reason I bring that up is because these boundary spaces have been formed over hundreds of years, and they are vastly transformed from what they originally were, whether we consider that pristine nature or not. So what is it that we're trying to conserve or preserve? Is it the state that we as humans have created with nature? Is it the state that existed before it? Is the state that we have created jointly with nature better than what existed without us or not? And I don't think there's a universal answer to that. It's really a question of what is the nature of our relationship with nature. So what we're trying to do is kind of build this model of sense and respond, and that is about practical learning. So rather than at a very macro level asking, you know, what is the ultimate goal, we're looking at a micro level of, when we take an action, when we plant a new crop, when we coppice the forest, is that creating or disrupting the balance of coexistence? Obviously, the bear example brings to light this kind of very tangible example of disrupting coexistence and negative consequences. But trying to find that nuance of what is good balance and what are we trying to achieve in any space is really tricky, and it's something we struggle with all the time. The other question I want to come to is the one about cultivars. So I think this is really interesting. On kind of a national level, Japan as a country did recently strengthen intellectual property rights for new cultivars. I think the new legislation passed in 2020. But in the place that's a lot about kind of corporate agriculture, and it doesn't tend to affect the Satoyama common spaces as much, but what does heavily affect it is the fact that there's a huge agricultural domestic market, and there's a lot of emphasis placed on regional fame for crops. So Aomori, the prefecture in the far north, is famed for its specific variety of apples. No specific legal governance protections, but what it does do, and what a lot of people I speak to are frustrated with, is it creates this lock-in where if you want to have a successful crop, then you have to grow what that area is known for. Otherwise, the values, if another area, if you're growing rice, but it's not Koshihari rice, which is from Niigata, then it has lower value. So that's this really interesting it's not even a governance mechanism, soft mechanic that is less legally enforceable than intellectual property rights, but still has a huge influence on what is grown and how. But what I would like to bring it back to is I do think there is an element of relationality in here. I always remember my first visit to Hokkaido, and I talked to a guy who grew apples. He had an orchard, and he just did it as a hobby, but he really loved these apples, and it was very much a passion for him, to the extent where he flew to my hometown, not hometown, but where I lived before I left the UK, in Nottingham, to meet the family who had originally grown Bramley apples, and just ask if he could have some seeds, because he wanted to be the first person to grow them in Japan. And he grew them, and they were a spectacular failure. The market responded terribly to them. They were not sweet enough for local palates, but he still produces them because it's his way of expressing his love for this line of work and for his orchard. So I think there is an element of identity and what we want to create, and these things which are not purely, market or state mechanisms. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Nosintu?
Hi. Can you guys still hear and see me?
Yes, we can see you, we can hear you.
Hello. Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can see you.
I will first comment on the question of thank you, Colbourne. I'll first
Sorry, Nosintu.
comment
Please turn off your camera. I think your bandwidth will be better.
on the issue of food and the food flow. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, but we are struggling a bit.
Can you hear me?
Maybe if you turn off your camera, it will be better because you are frozen.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Charles?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, thank you, guys. Okay, I think I'll comment on the issue of
Sorry, Nosintu.
Food, and the food for people in the rural villages. What actually hello?
Yes, please continue.
Oh, can I continue? Is it okay?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. What actually we like on the issue of food and the people in the rural villages, what actually encourage us in our food, the food pathways that we are building now, and also from that food hub that is in the village. It's the encouragement that people get from that food hub, because the food hubs are living there. Hello.
Sorry, Nosintu. Sorry, we are really struggling to hear you from our end, comrade. What I will ask from you is maybe you type your response in the chat, but I'm also going to put a link to your paper so that people can read more about the wonderful work that you comrades have done in Ngamakwe. But I want to say a big thank you to all the panelists for sharing their thoughts and for sharing their pieces with us.
I will now hand over to Rivka to chair the next session. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rivka Tiflun. When I was about 10 years old, my eldest brother and I swam the River Mile, one of the oldest open water races in South Africa. I was terrified throughout my life. My brother had always pushed me to do things, even if I was afraid. We had trained in a public swimming pool, but being in a river, unable to see the ground beneath me, was different. The gun fired and the race began. Intuitively, I realized that the world beneath the water's surface is as real as the world above. It is a world of beauty, of darkness, of silence, of dreams. Water is alive. Water holds spirit. I didn't realize it at the time, but that was my first encounter with the sacredness of rivers. My parents were so proud of us, their non-white children, competing in sports that they could only dream of doing as children, growing up in apartheid South Africa. Water, even then, was tied to history, to race, and to possibility. So today we find ourselves at a critical juncture in human history, a moment when extractive industries continue to destroy indigenous knowledge systems. No problem. Okay, a moment when extractive industries continue to destroy indigenous knowledge systems and all living systems, when pollutions poison the sacred waters used for sacred ceremonies, when development imperatives override spiritual relations to land. In South Africa, we see the tensions playing out in real time with just two popular examples like the Two Rivers Urban Park in Cape Town and in mining affected communities in Gauteng. So today's discussion, the sacred and harmony in the natural commons, brings together the three powerful voices whose work bridges the material and the spiritual. And I'm looking forward to particularly their reflections on what in their everyday practice, in the everyday, day-to-day, reflects the harmony or the sacred that we all want to see in the commons. So thank you very much, and over to our first speaker, Pooven Moodley, who will introduce himself.
Thank you so much, and please do let me know if you can hear me clearly, Mike. Okay, great. So I'm dialing in from Panama City this morning, and I'll say a bit more about what I'm doing here. But I'm yeah, to introduce myself, it's a difficult question because I keep understanding who I am, you know, every day of my life. But the stories I'll speak about today may give you a bit of a sense of who I am or who I think I am. So maybe just to start with the, you know, you started your beautiful story about the river. So I'll start mine with the river as well. I grew up in KwaZulu-Natal in a place called Mendini. It was a smoked out town right next to a paper factory fueled by coal. And you know, so day in day out we would get we'd be breathing in smoke, and often we couldn't see our neighbors' houses and so on. But one of the most incredible things was us as kids escaping to the Tugela River, which wasn't very far from where we lived, of course without our parents' permission, because it's a very dangerous in many ways, and many drownings that have happened. But as kids, we were, you know, carefree and exploring nature. And so we would go and swim in the Tugela River. And for us, it was pretty normal because we used to see crocodiles on the sandbanks, on on the rocks, and on in the river. But at that point, it didn't strike us that actually, this could be quite dangerous. So we just stuck to, as kids, we're like, 7 or 8 years old. Would stick to our part while the crocs sunbathed on the other side, and there was no fear of what would happen. Only later on when we started hearing stories and our parents started realizing we're going to the river, that the sense of, okay, there's danger and things we have to worry about. But before that, it just felt like this oneness, us and the crocs enjoying the river. And so even through the dark days of apartheid, being chased by assassins and so on, there was always a sense of trying to find this connection, within myself, but also within the natural world. And so I'm here in Panama. There's a big meeting happening, and it's the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. And for the first time, indigenous people and local communities have a body that's recognized in terms of protecting the planet. And so this is the first meeting that's happening here. The challenge being, and going to the topic of accelerating the deep, just transition, we know there's an acceleration of destruction that's happening. So the question is, how do we locate a deep, just transition within the accelerated destruction? The UN Secretary General the other day was interviewed by a group that I work with in the Amazon in Brazil, with incredible journalists that are reporting from the Amazon. And one of the journalists interviewed the Secretary General, who, very blankly said, we undergoing a masterclass in climate destruction, and it's clear we've overshot the 1.5. But the point I want to make about that is, these are all artificial constructions, these numbers. So if we keep below that, but the reality is very different from a negotiated world. And so part of the negotiations here where I'm at is, talking about concepts like 30 by 30, meaning, as part of this global biodiversity framework, how do we protect 30% of the land and ocean by the year 2030? Now, again, these are all artificial, constructions, because if and it's a colonized mind, right? That we're working from. The reality about the ocean is, as we know, it's all interconnected. It's very basic wisdom from any tradition about the interconnectedness of everything. And the reality is, all it takes is small areas or geographic areas where destruction can happen, whether that's oil and gas drilling, whether that's pollution, whether that's contributing to the bleaching of the corals, for example. The destructive forces and the nature of and type of destruction means that you can't protect one part of the ocean. You have to protect the whole thing. And so in trying to bring wisdom from different traditions into the spaces, it requires a shift of thinking, seeing the world, and so on. And I think that's partly where we are stuck. So if the session is looking at rethinking how we live, share, and remake community, the challenge with rethinking is we're thinking the same things again, because we've been taught in a very specific way. And often we haven't opened ourselves up enough as part of the decolonization process to listen, to understand, to know that there's so many different paradigms, so many different ways of thinking and living and experiencing the planet. And more that's starting to come to the fore. So many of the things I'm working on with many others around the world is about how do we bring some of that knowledge, how do we bring some of that paradigms to start to shift, our trajectory, because we know we can't keep going on this trajectory, but what we're stuck on is how do we shift from there. And in thinking about the shift, we're thinking about it. Now, if we go one step further and say, like, let's reimagine the future. The challenge with reimagining the future is we stuck and limited by our imagination, and our imagination is limited by what we've been taught. So the big question is how do we deconstruct, decolonize, and in this respect, how do we go out of ourselves? And part of the answer lies in opening ourselves up to different knowledge systems and so on. But part of it is knowing that we have the ability and potential as people to the potentiality of everything. So part of my journey has been this exploration of what does it mean to be a human being on this planet that we live on. And through my connection experiences with different sacred sites around the world, different places I've been to, and my own inner journey, more and more it's a recognition that we're much bigger than human beings. Human beings we certainly are, but we have the power to be connected, to move from this kind of breaking point of separation to a pathway of unification. So how do we now move in that direction? So part of it is bringing whatever we receive from interacting with other parts of nature, other people, bringing that into the spaces we are in. So, as an example, many of you know the case against Shell on the wild coast of South Africa, them wanting to do 6,000 square kilometers of oil and gas drilling. And a big part of what we did in that case was to do ceremony with the local communities along there at the ocean. And through that ceremony, what became clear was the idea that the ancestors live in the ocean. And if we disturb the ancestors, that's going to be a massive issue for communities, but also for the planet. And it's an argument we presented in court, an argument that the Shell lawyers laughed at, an argument that the judges took very seriously, and we won the case. I'm bringing that in to show how we bring ancient knowledge into the spaces we at, whether you're at a university, working in a corporation, or wherever we are. How do we bring this knowledge in? In the Amazon, deep in the Ecuadorian Amazon, so I'm working with communities there, the Sariaku, in the Sariaku territory, and they're working on this idea of Kausak Sacha, which means the idea of a living forest, that beyond the things we see, beyond the rivers, beyond the mountains, beyond the trees, there's a spirit of the jungle, and that spirit is very much connected to them, it's connected to the ancestors and so on. And the whole idea being that if you cut down the Amazon, you're killing, the spirit of the forest, as well as everything else. And so what it does is it brings an additional layer, let's say, to try and protect what we have left to protect. So, many rivers, mountains, and so on around the world have been part of this rights of nature movement, as it's emerged. And one of the processes we've started with Hurikwaho, a Table Mountain, is about the recognition of the mountain, the legal recognition of the mountain. So the question is, why would we want legal recognition? Because it's part of sand parks, it's has protected in the form of nature and so on. but it comes from this idea, and Mount Taranaki, which hopefully Rachel will speak about, which recently got legal recognition as a being. For us, the key thing about Hurikwaho is for people to shift the way they see, experience, and a kind of shift in consciousness, which is absolutely crucial at this time on the planet. And so the idea being that if there is this recognition, it's not about the legality of it, but it's more, the shift in the way we see mountains, rivers, we experience it. And so there's a massive movement. But the other thing we've been doing is looking at how do we, besides the laws at national level and so on, how do we bring this thinking across the globe? So part of what we did a few years ago, and this happened over over a few decades, was to get the UN to pass a new human right. And this is unheard of, getting the UN to pass a new human right. But one was passed a few years ago, 2022, and it's the right to a clean, safe, healthy environment. And what it does is it brings ancient wisdom in the sense of the idea of interconnectedness. If you poison a river, you're poisoning a person, because you can't separate the river from a person. You can't separate us from water, because we are water. And so some of these moves we've put in place to ensure that we break free from what we've been taught from the colonized ways of being and living. And so to conclude, we've also been doing work at different sacred sites around the world, and these sacred sites are places that people have been going to for centuries. And these are key energy points, and these are key biodiversity points, but it's also key points of cultural and spiritual and other types of connection. If you take a Venda, for example, the Tata Venda Forest, Lake Fundutsi, people like Makadzi and Patileni and others that are protecting for the collective, not just of communities there, but for all of us. And so the key is, how do we ensure that we ultimately see that we are sacred ourselves? Because as long as we don't see or experience ourselves as sacred, because we've been told otherwise in this patriarchal world, then it's hard to see anything else that's sacred outside of ourselves. And so the transformation of the planet ultimately starts with the transformation within us. And I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pooven, for your input today, and also for still making time while you must be, saturated with all of the biological diversity information where you are now. So then we'll move on to, is it Wynter Worsthorne? Is she online or he? And you have 15 minutes for your input. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. It's Wynter Worsthorne. I'm just a little bit. Firstly, thank you so much for having me. I feel quite honored to be here. Thank you for all the previous speakers as well. It's been fascinating. I only got here at about 11, but it's been wonderful to hear all of you. A little bit about myself. I work in the wildlife conservation sector, but in a very different way. So I am an intuitive interspecies communicator, and really my work is about helping human animals to understand other more than human animals on a much deeper level, and that goes far further than just understanding other animals, but it also starts working with the sacredness of nature and all that is, and acknowledging that we are part of that. my focus has been on wildlife and harmonious coexistence for the last maybe 10, 15 years, but for about 25 years now, I've been working and teaching people how to tap into this ancient birthright that we all have to connect with other beings. And it's something I'm so excited that now IIC, or intuitive interspecies communication, is now being globally recognized as a method of understanding other beings, of how we can work with nature for conservation, and how we can be part of this sacred space and not to be separate from nature, as our systems currently, our government systems, especially in South Africa, govern as separate. And the story that I wrote was inspired by an incident in Cape Town, on the side of the mountain. And it was a tragic incident where someone was killed for foraging. And this perspective, this story, is about a man of the mountain. His name's Sam, and he lives there on the side of the mountain with his family, and has done. His ancestors have been there, and his families have been living off the land there since way before the modern humans came and built their big structures. And the tragedy was when his wife was killed, and I was asked to assist to find out if I could just get some insight about what happened here. I'm going to read you a little excerpt from my piece called The Man of the Mountain, and then I'll explain a little bit further about it. So this is after Sam has experienced the grief and also more trauma of when the fire came onto the mountain, and he had to move his family to safety without any assistance from other people, and actually being chased away from safe spaces. Sam can see that the other people do not listen to Mother Nature. They have forgotten her ancient wisdom and knowledge of how life works when everyone has their place, playing their role, keeping the balance. The people in the big square blocks have disconnected themselves from the oneness of all. Sam wonders how they can be happy when they suffer from such separation. You may wonder how Sam and his family can be happy living with such risks every day, such persecution. Sometimes it seems impossible for these different communities to coexist peacefully. How can it work when there is such a polarity? Sam hears Sunny's voice in his heart reaching out to him from the ancestral realms. Ah, my beloved, there are a few of those people who remember and walk with you and our family. They want to learn, to remember Mother Nature's song flowing through their bodies, to feel the vibration of love that plays in sweet harmony with all beings. He remembers, he has met them and felt their concern. Sam now looks to Mother Nature for guidance here, and he sees what is certainly possible. His ancestors have lived alongside different communities who have shared the same rhythms of the earth for many ages. When all are guided by their hearts and listen to the voice of Mother Nature, the way is clear. There is hope. So Sam is actually a baboon, and he lives with his family on the mountainside of Simonstown. And I've met Sam and his family, and I've worked with the baboons for nearly 20 years in Cape Town. And what I've learned from the baboons is that they are so similar to us. They really all they want to do is survive. They want to protect their families. They want to fill their bellies. They want a safe space. They want to be able to play in safe spaces. And it's becoming harder and harder for these baboons to live out their lives naturally, because all the safe spaces that they enjoy are the same spaces that the human animals enjoy. On the shoreline, Roushana spoke so beautifully about that common space that we all love to forage in. The baboons love foraging as well, but they're not allowed to anymore. They very seldom get access to the coastlines because of the fear of humans. And what I wanted to speak into today is how it's fear that has separated us from nature, and this great disconnect. Love connects and fear disconnects. And although so many people will say, oh, we love nature, but I'm human too, I have to remind myself, are mostly scared of nature, especially when we are not familiar with it. So the speaker earlier, Chris Martin, I think, spoke about how the bears come into conflict when the humans aren't managing the forest. And I suspect that the humans, when they were actively managing the forest, they had perhaps a better relationship with the baboon, sorry, I keep thinking about baboons. The bears, there's a mutual respect. And I see that in other conservation areas outside of South Africa, where men will be working, on the kind of edge, the buffer where there's wildlife, elephants, and they'll be working on the land, and the elephants will be a little bit away, and there's no fences, and there's a respect, there's an understanding, there's a being aware of the present moment, being aware of who's around us, of what they're saying, of how they're feeling. And that's where I think in our daily human lives, we've forgotten to consider others. We've forgotten either to consider other human beings in our lives, but we certainly have forgotten to consider other nature beings, unless they are innocuous and beautiful and don't threaten us in any way. People will fill bird baths with water, but they won't, they don't consider all the other lives that are around us. And I think I really feel that until we start reconnecting with other beings in this way, with our hearts, we're not going to find solutions. The conservation issues, we need to look to nature for the solutions. We're not going to be able to sit and work with our heads and brains without the heart. When the heart and the mind and the spirit come into alignment with Mother Nature, we will find these solutions. Just coming back to the baboons on the mountainside, I was really honored to walk up the mountain with the Hurikwacha community, this little community. Pooven was with us to connect with the mountain, to see and feel what he wanted and from us, and how we could best start this process of rights for nature. And at the bottom of the mountain, a small troop of baboons, a small family of baboons, greeted us. Now and were very happy I felt that they were very happy just to be there and to see us, and acknowledged us on our work and what we were attempting to do for the greater mountain. Now, at this stage in baboon management in the Cape, there is a proposal to remove 9 families of baboons from the mountain side. And that little family of baboons who greeted us are one of the families that are being told that they need to be removed. Now, removed is not just gently relocating them to another safe space, it is killing them. And that, that comes to the question, Pete, we were talking about in conservation in South Africa, communities of humans have been removed from conservation areas. And here, communities of baboons are being removed from human areas. There's still the separation. What if the humans learned to live with the baboons like we did so many generations ago? And it's still possible. I really, really, truly believe that it's still possible, that ancient wisdom is still inherent in us of connecting and working and living with respect with other wildlife. And it is happening. People who do live in close proximity to the baboons and other wildlife, they manage, they find a way, they work with wildlife. When they can't afford perhaps to put on big electric fences or separate themselves from other human physical ways, they reconnect. We can reconnect through our hearts, and then we feel safe within nature, and then there's no room for fear, because love conquers fear. Love transforms fear into a way of harmonious coexistence with all beings. And yeah, that is what I feel we can all strive to be. I want to say lion-hearted, because the strength of the lion within our hearts really shows the way. To be in alignment with Mother Nature is truly the way. And I just want to thank all of you for allowing me to talk and listening, and for sharing all your wonderful work as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Wynter, also for bringing your practice of, I guess, not really alternative, but, just not centering the human in it and looking at the more than human. So thank you for your input today. Our final speaker on this panel will be Rachel Colbourne, who's also joining us online. And you have 15 minutes now. So welcome, Rachel.
Thank you so much. Just checking you can hear me okay. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, thank you. So the topic of sacredness in the commons is something I've been thinking about, feeling about, listening to for my whole life, but in greater focus in the last several years. And just to introduce myself, I'll share a little bit more about myself in this journey I've been on. So if I say where I'm born, as a human, I was born on the land of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, or otherwise known as Sydney in Australia. My family is what I knew of was quite small, much of my upbringing. But I'm getting to know more about where I come from, and therefore greater understanding and appreciation of who I am. And part of who I am is also Māori from Aotearoa, or otherwise known as New Zealand. And I'm learning more about Māori culture and ways of being. And part of that is how Māori people introduce themselves, ourselves. And it's always in relation to other beings and surroundings. So you introduce yourself, it's called a pepeha, and you start by talking about where you come from in relation to your mountain or the mountain that's near you, in relation to the awa or the river that's near you, in relation to the waka or the canoe you arrived in Aotearoa on, in relation to the iwi or the tribe, to the hapu or the sub-tribe, and then the marae, which is your meeting house. And only after all of that, you might say your name at that personal individual space. But for me, it's really a appreciation, understanding, and deep knowing that we are in relation to other beings, human and more than human. And so I'm sitting here today in Grabo in the Western Cape, and the Hottentots Hollands Mountains are the Maunga, or the mountains that are near me. And the Palmead River is the river that is near me. And my blog piece was on this river and how we as a community relate to this river. And I think for me, it's been a very relational space. And my blog piece was written in kind of a way that really shows, how we start to fall in love with spaces, people, beings, and that everything in our life, in our past lives, our current lives, our unseen lives, our seen lives, are all about relationship. And so when we speak about the commons and the sacredness of the commons, it's really, for me, putting importance on the sacredness of our relationships, and our relationships not only to those beings living seen and unseen around us, but also to ourselves. And when I think about the Palmead River, which is just an example of many struggles, of many beings, of many living seen or unseen beings around us, it's really such a strong example for me about how we've disrespected ourselves by disrespecting this river. There's many industries that live along this river. There's many people that live along this river, and each one of us play a role both in poisoning this river and healing this river. And as a community, we've sort of come together and slowly built these relationships back. And there's much work to do. It's a very heavily industrialized agricultural area we live in here, where we pour chemical fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides that are banned for use in Europe, but we still use them in South Africa, even though we know that they kill us and kill all the other beings around us for the sake of this capitalist model that we're all trapped in. And we place economics above the relationships we have with each other, with this river, with our soil, and also wanted to bring in with our relationship to food. So my other space that I operate in a lot is in food systems transformation. And I'd say in particularly trying to bring back that sacredness of food and supporting each other to do that. So I work globally to support activists and communities to really be able to step into their power, into their knowledge, into their ancestral knowledge around food systems. And last week we were together, or 2 weeks ago, together in Salvador, in Brazil, and we were sharing and learning from each other and building up what this agricultural transition means and how we want to step into that from a community space, from an Indigenous knowledge space, from a women's and feminist space. And some big key themes came out around that. We talked, yes, about agroecology. We talked about land rights. We talked about ending the industrial agrotoxins industry. But we also were different together. So it's not just about what we do, what we say, intellectually, how we engage in these things with our minds, but we stepped beyond that into ceremony, into spaces where we understood the sacredness of seeds. We shared about how the seeds that are sacred in Venda are also the different seeds in different spaces also held sacred, like in Peru or in the Amazon in Brazil. And that we're trying to extract the sacredness of these seeds by using GMO seeds, by all the chemical fertilizers, but ultimately we're disconnecting from our food system by putting these kind of systems and processes in place. And when we came together and did more ceremony and shared ceremony from our different practices, understanding that not only are we engaging by speaking about, by sharing our knowledge, but also by listening. And I think, you know, Wynter, that's such a beautiful sharing you gave, and others have shared as well about listening and deep listening. And I think for me, the way, and I totally agree that we need to reconnect based in love. And we've currently disconnected based out of fear or this capitalist model. And I think reconnecting, like in any relationship we have, once we stop listening, we also disconnect. And so for me, I also find I'm a saltwater person. My ancestors also live in the saltwater. And when I'm in the saltwater, I get direct downloads or perspectives from my ancestors. And this listening involves getting out of our minds. So I really love engaging in an intellectual level about the commons because I just like deeply appreciate all of that. And I also think deeply engaging in the intellectual of the unseen, of the unbeing, of the being but not seeing is deeply important to reconnect with the sacredness of our commons. So my life, I've also been an activist, also pushing against the biggest corporations in the food system, including supermarkets in different countries and other enormous, big bosses when I was at the union. And all of these struggles are so important. And I also feel at this moment on the planet, we need to start reconnecting and remembering who we are in that deep way. I think growing up in a city for me was really amazing. It was very beautiful. I love the city I come from. I love all the cities I've lived in. But in a way, it's a bit harder for me to reconnect with who I am in those spaces because I feel a little bit disconnected from nature. And so coming back into salt water, coming back into nature, taking our shoes off on the earth, listening to our ancestors, is for me the way for us to deeply heal ourselves. And in that sense, reconnect with the sacred activism that's really needed. Just wanted to also bring in the individual healing. I think Pooven mentioned it as well, and the collective healing. So Taranaki Maunga, which is the mountain in Aotearoa that Pooven mentioned, just got legal personhood rights in January this year. Such a beautiful example of how we can bridge these worlds, like Pooven was saying, and Hurikwaho also going for personhood status. It's going to be so important. And those are collective spaces and commons. I think in order for commons to be rich and diverse, we need to be really reconnecting with ourselves, because in reconnecting with ourselves, we're reconnecting with these spaces. So for me, reconnecting with who I am has really meant a deeper understanding of where I come from and where I am now and where we need to go. Just as an example of that deep healing, which connects to the collective, understanding that Taranaki Maunga is deeply connected to Hurikwaho, the mountain in Cape Town, and that healing Taranaki is also healing Hurikwaho, and Hurikwaho is healing us as a community where we come together and start listening. And Taranaki is also healing us to bridge and bring together our iwi, our tribe. And so also understanding who we are as individuals and the role that we're here to play is really important, not only for ourselves to really get that sense of meaning and purpose, but it's also this deeply important practice so that we know how we are our best versions of ourselves in relation to every other being, living being around us, and unseen being around us as well. One of Makadzi Mpataleni, who Pooven also spoke about, she had this beautiful representation of how seeds are in the center of a sacred ecosystem, and that around them is our adults, our youth, our babies, our not yet born beings, our elders, our ancestors. And then the spirituality that connects all of those, or let's say the sacredness that connects all of those, is the seen and unseen world. And the seed being like a representation of the beginning and the point at which we start germinating life. So it's really important that we acknowledge the seed that is within us, that we acknowledge that what we grow into feeds whatever is around us, the both seen and unseen, that we've come onto this planet at this time to be a part of sacred activism in spaces for ourselves, but also the collective. And so I just wanted to take one more moment for us to collectively just take a breath of gratitude. So I'll just invite you to please, wherever you are, to just sit comfortably or stand comfortably, however you are. And just invite you to close your eyes and take a really deep breath in and feel that breath, that energy, that life force going into your body. And as you exhale, feel that exhale. As you breathe just naturally in your own rhythm, notice the sounds that are around you, the energy that is around you. Take a moment of deep appreciation for this time we have together, for each other playing our roles in the commons that we share, in our own and our collective healing, in the process of understanding who we are. Take one more deep breath into your stomach. And as you exhale, just let go of anything that you're holding on to. And invite you to open your eyes again. And I'll end it there. Thank you so much for inviting me to share. And thank you to everyone who's already shared. Much gratitude for the beautiful insights. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. We can't hear you.
Online participants, can you hear us now? Okay, great. Okay, so any questions or reflections or comments, welcome. I did take your hand. Okay. Please introduce yourself again. I didn't catch your name, sorry.
Thank you very much. My name is Senzi Kowane. Alumnus of the School of Music and a participant of the Inala Food Garden that existed once so many years ago here at Wits as well. And I do have some comments. And the first one was for Mr. Moodley, who was also talking about rivers. And the question that I found most important to me is about the history of the rivers in South Africa. I think that we have been robbed of some of the history now. I know with colonialism, many people that were now converting and what they were calling themselves within their communities, civilizing, were going to mission houses to get educated, rightly so. However, they did give away some of their wares, their important jewelry, their artifacts and their histories, like chains that they would have made from copper. But I would like to know about the history of canoes and ship life. And if anybody has been able to document South African freight history and how we have many water bodies and water systems that we should have some history of what our boating systems were. So this would be great to find what the locomotives were and what they looked like. And if maybe we cannot access that from knowledge within or from Akashic records and recollection and remembering who we once were, maybe we can go to the museum in Britain and reclaim these artifacts. So that was the first comment and question about our canoe history and boat life freight history in South Africa. And the second question and comment was about it's a question about protecting the baboons. So there is a phenomenon, dark arts and mysticism, where some people will use baboons and procreate with them. So humans will procreate with baboons in order to create certain creatures. Are there systems that are implemented to create more safety for these creatures and training for the guards because it is usually them, it is humans that will facilitate some natural processes, and this is another process that these human beings are facilitating. So more security, what is there more security? How do we protect baboons and other organisms from being exploited by other organisms that are humans that are supposed to be protecting them and facilitating healthful growth for them? That was the question, please, for Ms. Worsthorne.
Can I take those two questions for now, and then we'll come back in another round just to give others a chance as well. So please keep your question if that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Is there any other comments or questions, reflections? Or online? Okay, it seems not so. Senzi, you can please continue with your next question as well.
Thank you, I appreciate that. It's going to be really very short in that it asks about the the sea, and the sea being our ancestor, and protozoa probably being found there, and us being once protozoa. But it asks about the drought, and is it much of a problem to change salt water into fresh water with the aim of sustainable crop growing? So we want to grow crops. Is there a due diligence to follow? Because changing salt water into fresh water has been quite a feat. Someone fell off a building in Cape Town with secrets. Is there a due diligence, or what process needs to be followed in order to be able to convert salt water into fresh water? Is this necessary? Maybe the earth in her processes of growth is just saying that when it's time for drought, it's time for drought. But I do believe that someone will find a link. Maybe Ms. Colbourne will find a link with converting and the science and the chemistry of changing water. Do we need to consult in some way? What due diligence would we need to follow as a human collective to make this work?
Thank you so much for the 3 questions that you've posed. Not to abuse my power as chair, but I also have one question for Pooven. And it's specifically around, I've noted your hand, Roushana. It's specifically around heritage management legislation and frameworks in South Africa that is still largely colonial, based on Roman Dutch influence. And I was just wondering, in your experience and in your engagement with sacred natural sites in South Africa and globally, are you seeing any cases where there's been a move to bring in wisdom from different traditions, and in your engagement with communities and different stakeholders to decolonize this idea of heritage? Because I think that even the construct of heritage and management and the way that we engage in conservation needs to be, rethought, or just, I don't know, turned over like a rebellion. But in your experience, has there been any cases where we can see the integration of wisdom from other traditions? Thank you. And then now we'll go to Roushana for her question, and then maybe we can pause for your comments before the second round of questions.
I really liked what Pooven said about, if we don't see ourselves as sacred, it's hard to see anything else as sacred outside of ourselves. And what was also woven into Wynter and Rachel's talks. So I have a question for all 3 of you. What are your personal practices of connecting to the sacred?
Okay, so Senzi, the first question you had was addressing which speaker again, or anyone can go in any order? Yes. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead, speakers.
Senzi, thanks for the questions. I unfortunately don't have a lot of answers in knowing all of the history and shipping and all of that, other than what we've learned in a colonized way, that we've been taught history. But the point I want to make is the colonial project decimated cultures, traditions around the world, stripped it of its dignity of everything. I mean, that story is common across the whole world. The big question is, what do we do now, given that this is our situation? We've been disconnected. The Khoi and San were disconnected from Hurikwaho a long time ago. They were hunted out of the mountains and other places they were at. So part of it is, how do we go through a process of that reconnection? And part of the reconnection is learning and understanding the history, and that's from our ancestors as one pathway. you know, some of it which is written, but we know most of it is oral tradition of passing and from one generation to the other, and a lot of it is passed through, you know, cultural practices, all sorts of things, and obviously stories. And I think more and more there's a kind of yearning that's coming, you know, to start to reconnect, to learn who our ancestors are, you know, what they did, how they lived, etc., etc., and what was their cosmology and kind of worldview. And I think, you know, that's a very powerful way to get knowledge, understanding, because everyone's got a story. And I think when you start piecing those stories together, you know, it creates something, you know, that goes beyond what may be sitting in different places. But the other part you mentioned, and this is my personal experience, is, you know, reconnecting to places and spaces myself personally, and in that way getting knowledge. I mean, Hurikwacho, Table Mountain is a good example for me, because in sitting there in meditation for different periods of time, a lot of different things came to me about the mountain, about the people that lived on the mountain, and also going back to much more ancient time when the mountain was still there. So I think knowledge is there. We can all access it, I think, if you know, with deep connection and listening. And part of it, you know, people like in South Africa, Ubaba Credo Mutwa, you know, he managed, before he transitioned, to collect a range of artifacts that were taken, you know, from Africa or from different parts of Africa, and to, you know, collect or bring that so that people can reconnect with them. Similarly, you know, in other traditions around the world, people that I'm connected with, more and more these sacred things are coming back. You know, obviously, as you mentioned, there's a lot of things in museums in Britain and other kind of places that were stolen. And I do think it's time for that to be returned, because I think as long as those things are held captive and stolen, it means you're still holding people and their culture and their dignity active as well, because these are sacred things to different traditions. So I do think, you know, it's time to to reclaim. But in reclaiming, I think it's time for healing as well, because as long as we keep carrying the traumas and the patterns, we'll keep repeating them because of what was done to us, etc. A very quick story: in July, a few of us were invited by King Charles to his residence, and at first we were very skeptical about why we're being invited and why we should go. But ultimately, it was very powerful, because we had a fire ceremony at his residence, you know, very deep conversations about the legacy of the colonial project and the empire, but how to try and fundamentally shift where we are. But the point I'm making is, you know, we have to start finding our way, and ultimately we're all interconnected as humans, as we are with the rest of the planet and the cosmos. So we have to find that way of healing in order for us to, you know, collectively move forward. And Roushana, part of my personal practice is about, you know, going on these deep inner journeys through meditation, through you know, time spent in nature. But, you know, I think the practice that's been the strongest for me is one of inquiry. I've always been curious, questioning, and I think that deep inquiry has kind of pushed me beyond my mind in accepting what we think is reality. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Pooven. Can we go to Wynter for your feedback, please?
Thank you for that. Just the question about the protection for the baboons. and a mention about the cultural stories and beliefs around the baboons. Many of South African cultures see the baboons as healers and sacred beings. There's one particular story about how the baboons actually, when they move through a village or a human settlement, they take away all the dark energy, all the negative energy or black magic that could be around, and they remove it from the community. So they are held very sacred. But yet, baboons are not protected in our law in South Africa. At one stage, Wally Peterson, who created the Komaki Environmental Awareness Group, he managed to get protective status for the peninsular baboons, but protected from hunting. And but if you have a permit, you can still shoot a baboon. In many places all over South Africa, you can shoot a baboon a day if you can show that they are causing damage. So there's very, very little legal protection that we have for baboons. But what has been found, and Baboon Matters Trust, started by Jenny Trithan, and I was a trustee for 15 years, what they managed to do, what we managed to do is have baboon monitors. So men who would work with traditional herding techniques to move the baboons along and away from any kind of temptation to go into a human, to get the easy food from humans, from their gardens, from their houses. And that worked very, very well because the monitors had a great respect and understanding and love for the baboons, and they worked, and the baboons understood them, and there was a wonderful relationship. Management then changed, and the monitors had to start using violence and aggression, and lethal management as well was also put into place. And then 10 years later, that was showing that that wasn't working. Oh gosh, the management of baboons in Cape Town is fraught. But where we stand now, there are a couple of communities that have got together and employed, separate to the government and to the municipality, monitors that are going back to those herding techniques without paintball guns, and they are proving very, very successful. The challenge now is to get the municipality to accept that this is the way to go, that violence and aggression is actually making things worse, and that the community sponsored management is actually working well. So that's really the way to go. And we need people to support this way, I suppose. So if you are interested, just follow Baboon Matters, and there's other, just look at baboon human conflict on Google, and you can see the stories. And then Roushana, the sacred practice. For me, it's living this work. It's living as part of nature, communicating with all the animals and the birds and the insects and my beloved cat every day, and being aware of that. And that's part of my life. And it really is real. And I know that nature responds. Nature responds when I communicate with her. She communicates back, and she'll show me. Whether it's the baboons moving past the house, where I'm very grateful to be living near a forest where we do have a family of baboons that I can connect and communicate with, and all other beings of nature. I'm just awake and aware. And they remind me if I get too stuck in my head and in my fear when life gets difficult. So it really is walking the talk, I suppose, and that's what we all could do, and it's essential for us to do. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Rachel, would you like to share your responses, please?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the question, Sensi. I'm not a desalination expert, but what I will say about the salt water in the ocean and where we are in the planet at the moment with so many droughts and figuring out how to be and do through this experience that we have right now, is that in a way it's much the same, like the commons or the salt water or the fresh water, switching how we view those things or beings as not resources, but what's our relationship to those beings. And as I said earlier, you know, the ocean is where many of my ancestors live and reside, and I hear from them. And I think it's for me, it's not about doing so much, but about being and being within that ecosystem. We are in really difficult times, and we can, you know, think through the technologies that we can use that are new. But I also think even when it comes to farming practices, growing food with water that is available or moisture that is available, it's about tapping into our more ancient knowledge systems that are much more regenerative. I think someone used that word earlier, rather than trying to do manipulate, I suppose, water that is naturally salty right now to making it less salty. And I understand, you know, we have to really engage in this complex world we're in now, but that's kind of where I go naturally. And then just a quick one on my practices. I think it is, again, more about being than doing. I think, you know, the practices that I just personally have is just being in salt water, however it can be, but often meditating, and then listening. And I think, you know, meditation for me is about getting out of our minds, out of our thinking brains, out of our intellectualness and into our bodies, into our spirits. And so in whatever way you can do that, that's great. My places are, salt water, listening, and being. So, and also engaging in the different sacred practices that my community are a part of. And when the ancestors guide me to do things, then I just do those things. And that's sort of through the listening as well. Thanks.
Thank you so much to our speakers. Is there any other questions or comments? We have 4 minutes left. Okay, so we'll take Fish and Hassan and you as well, and Martha. Okay.
No. So thank you. This was amazing. Just a couple of things. So I went to India on a trip to sort of enjoy tigers. And it was kind of fascinating going to the central part of India and learning that it wasn't old style colonial fortress conservation and so on. There were no fences between the villages and the community and where the tigers resided. So, you know, the boundaries between what is wild and unwild were just blurred. So that was like very fascinating. I also knew that where we were staying, tigers could pop up at any time. So I was very conscious. But we got there and we heard a very sad story of, a few days before, a tiger killed a little child and ate the child. And so we were very, concerned, but also intrigued by the community response. And the community response wasn't one of vengeance. That was very, very striking. they understood. They understood that this was an old tiger, and the tiger's name was Muna. And it was the most charismatic tiger in that area. And they loved Muna. They, over the years, built a relationship with the tigers, which I was like, okay, this is very interesting. And so they were not calling for Muna's head, etc. Instead, what the politicians did was, they took that tiger and put the tiger in a zoo in Bhopal. And then there was a big campaign by the community to get the tiger back, because their argument was that the people in charge of the parks should have been way more sensitive, ecologically more aware that this was an aging tiger. It was losing its teeth. It couldn't hunt anymore. So they should have created a protected enclave for it inside the park and fed it and gave it whatever it needed. So I'm just putting that in the conversation in relation to the baboons and the boundaries and so on. It's in contexts where the boundaries of the wild is blurred, there's some interesting lessons for us. My last point is just this, and it's more a question. So I'm invited into a debate later this year about whether nature is revolutionary. And I don't want to assign a role to nature. Let me put it that way. So that's my starting point for that debate. But I've been hearing different things from this panel. The unseen, sort of the hidden power, the oceans and regeneration and so on and so on. So I just want a perspective from this panel about the power of nature and how they understand the power of nature. Within the colonial histories we've lived through and so on, women were burnt at the stake, etc. They were called witches and so on. And there is a particular conception within religion, Christianity, where these kinds of practices are considered evil and so on and so on. So I'd just like to hear from this panel their thoughts on the power of nature.
Yeah, I wasn't going to talk. You may not believe it, but it's true. When I heard Credo Mutua, and I thought when we were growing up, Credo Mutua wasn't regarded as a progressive. And so I'm interested in looking at this whole issue of how we interface with histories of struggles as well, because it seemed that him, Buthelezi, and others were, at least when we were growing up, still growing up, I haven't reached it yet, they were kind of pushing a narrow ethnic nationalisms. And I think that when we have these conversations, we can't take people where they are now. I see Jay Naidu, everyone else quotes Credo Mutua and others. And this thing seemed to be, and we do this in South Africa. So I'm not saying that we should discuss it here. I don't even know for how many marks, but I really think I just wanted to flag it, right? That there must be conversations with history and our conceptions of liberation as well as where we are, which relates to, I think, your difficult conference you're going to, is that my thinking and some of the things I engage with are quite close to some of the things you want to use the word your personal practice in there, right? Seeds, and I look at that. But when I work with mine-affected communities or those that are fighting for justice around mine, there's a very hard, different politics. So when I come here, it's soft and liberating and a cool space we can. And I think that this conversation with movements is clearly required, not in an ideological way, but just an honest way about how the visions that we have here can be mutually empowering. Not that it should dampen the visions where we want to go, but at least gives us a sense, a tempering of why things are so violent out there. Just I think that they should have saved the tiger, because really Popal would have killed them with the chemicals, man. Yeah. Martha, your daughter's calling. Oh, sorry.
Thanks. So I had a reflection but first, just in not responding, but adding to what you were saying. This was about the witches, no? That, I mean, the practice is considered as evil. I mean, once is that it was a patriarchal attack, no, on women. But second, that in the continent, often it is still very much an issue about access to land, no, and an attack to the commons, where often women, because of reproductive roles and livelihoods, no, that force them less that division between nature and them, are positioned as guardians of nature. So that's just adding. But to me, one thing that brought it and this conversation and that I actually quickly Googled was whether legal personhood and rights of nature were the same thing or not. And I see there's a distinction, no, of what I've quickly read is that it may be more of a tool to implement, no, the legal personhood as a way to make it real, no, some of the rights of nature. And so I think one question is legal personhood also would apply to what, for instance, in Ecuador, they working around the rights of nature, as you know, as in Pachamama, but so because I'm coming from more I've been working quite a lot in the last 2 years around climate debt and reparations, and part of it also it's climate litigation and the use of courts and of course where we come from. So for me, there's a part of me that wants to be a bit cynical, whether personhood, given how courts and legal systems treat humans and persons, and shouldn't we rather, I don't know, think of other status and go back to a veil of ignorance where the weakest is not the weakest in society is not seen as persons, but as, you know, non-humans or nature, and maybe we think of a naturehood, legal naturehood that we can all apply to and restart the wheel. I don't know. Just it's more a common. No, I know, but I'm thinking that, you know, the courts come with a lot of, and often also like reparations are often also very much tied to market mechanisms. That's what I'm thinking.
Sure. Thank you so much for that round of questions. Can we now go to the speakers for any feedback? The panelists.
Yeah, thanks. Just a few quick ones. I know we are out of time. Vish, your question around or the upcoming event you're going to. The one thing I will say is about the power of nature, and putting this in legal terms. You know, I think in ancient times it was like customary law based on what communities knew, right, and the cosmology back then. And then, you know, with all of what's happened with repression and violations and so on, you know, we had the human rights and then the rights of nature movement. My sense is it's this dance that we're doing at the moment, right? If there isn't a revolution by people in how we live and how we are, then definitely there'll be a full revolution by nature, or the rest of nature, which is what we are seeing now. So what happens is we go on this trajectory from the rights of nature to basically natural law, where the fullness of nature takes over, where we as humans, you know, have to then deal with natural law. And to take it one step further, beyond natural law, this planet is connected to everything else in the universe. So it becomes cosmic law, which goes back to custom. So my sense and my own reflections are we're going through that full cycle because of how we've evolved as humans and a very human-centric you know, way of living. Hassan, I think the one thing you didn't tell people is your kind of practice is watching Barcelona play, and that's what brings joy to the world. You know, on your points around conservation and the history and you know, the stories, you know, on the one hand, completely agree in the sense of, you know, how things have evolved, the systems we've been, you know, suppressed and oppressed by. And often it's Steve Biko that comes to mind about the minds of the oppressed, right? Being the greatest weapon of the oppressor. And in many ways, I think, the struggles we've gone through, the things we've learned, the things we've been, taught, I often feel like, it's a kind of entrapment in how do we get out of this? With the communities I work with around the world, it's communities that are at the front line that are dealing with mass exploitation, poisoning, a whole range of different things, and communities are holding and trying the best to hold the line to stop whatever we have left to protect, to do that. And for me, the key thing is, on the one hand, we need to do that and absolutely back up communities as we always have been. And at the same time, many communities I'm working with around the world are also at a point where they want to create a different pathway out of the mess we're in. And creating a different pathway, means we're still living in this reality and this construction and this colonial world. But the only way to get out of it is to walk through it, or do something differently, because we can't follow the patterns of this capitalist construct, which we know is crumbling anyway. But in order for us to dream and create something different, we have to somehow liberate ourselves, from this entrapment that's there. And these are hard things and difficult, and we can, have a whole conference about it. But completely agree that, these are realities, and at the same time, we have to find a way out of it, or we stay in it. And finally, Martha, just a quick one. Yeah, I mean, for me, I think legal personhood is very limiting, and I completely agree. This idea that something as incredible and great as mountains and rivers can be limited to, something that maybe a person, or the rights of a person, etc. So completely agree. I think it's much bigger. I like your use of the word naturehood, or something different, and that's something when that came to me as well a couple of months ago, that the only reason humans are doing this, the rights of nature stuff and so on, it's not because nature needs it, it's because we need it. We need to shift ourselves. It's not the mountain has to do something different. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you so much. If any of the other panelists would like to share final comments, or can we close the session?
If I can just say one thing about the power of nature, and the power of nature is immense, but to remember that she doesn't judge, she responds. And when we respond to her with love and respect, we are always looked after, whatever that means in nature's way. And I feel that we can work with the power of nature there. And the power of nature is when we can connect with her and be with her and be guided by her. So I'll just leave you with that. Thank you so much.
And if I can just come in very quickly as well, and Pooven's covered nicely the legal personhood question. I think, again, just in a bit of response to the power of nature, we often, when I hear that, immediately I go to power over. So nature can take power over us, just as we've tried to take power over her. But then we need to move beyond. And I think sometimes we're trying to move beyond in a power too. Like, how can we achieve something to nature, or how can nature achieve something to us? We need to pass through that to the power with nature. And I think that for me is the deep power of nature. The deepest, most profound power of nature is in its diversity, in its way of being that is collaborative and not competitive, in its way of understanding that the diversity of the ecosystem itself is its strength and power. And we are part of that. And that is also our part of our power as well. So, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Can we have one last round of applause? Okay, over to Charles or Kawe. Lunch.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our fourth and final panel of the day. So I'll be chairing this session. It's a very short panel, and our speakers online. So the topic of this session is the solar power commons in the everyday. And this conversation turns our attention to how energy, in particular solar power, is not just a technical resource, but a deeply political and social one. And in the session, we're going to be exploring how power is shared, governed, and imagined in everyday life. We're going to be asking questions around who gets to access, who gets to manage, and how might alternative models like the energy commons open up a more democratic future. Our speaker today, Ali, will help us think through these questions. His co-authored chapter called Democratizing Power, Energy Commons and Law in Everyday South Africa offers a powerful insight into how communities navigate and reimagine energy infrastructures in ways that challenge legal, institutional, and economic boundaries. So I'm going to hand over to Ali. Can you please test your mic and your camera, Ali, just to make sure that you're okay?
Hello, everyone. I don't know if you can see my picture clearly or hear my voice.
Yes, we can see and hear you. So please feel free to take
Okay.
it away.
Very good. I will proceed. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to take a moment to gratitude this opportunity, especially to Professor Sadger. Today, I want to make a conversation with all of you about the solar power. And before I begin, I want to, honor my co-authors, which they are not with me today, Dr. Sanz Yousefi and Hamis Shakiri. So I think I'm going to talk about this topic in 7 minutes or something. First of all, in South Africa today, electricity is not, merely a commodity. It's like a condition, condition for dignity. I think in every situation in livelihood, clinics, schooling, we can see all the aspects together that it's an important matter. So I think our discussion about the solar power has a meaning in the situation I'm going to apply. The geography of supply has become the geography of opportunity. And too often it's with the exclusion. The sole power of democratization and democratizing is about to make a simple argument that the monopoly in supporting or instructions or making these energy sections must be common to everyone. So our argument is simple. We must move from monopoly logic to energy commons treating with, sun, wind, batteries, wires, everything. And the collective assets must be governed through some participatory stuff, right-based mechanism rather than distant monopolies. And I want to say this is not so foreign to South Africa, it's the echo of this idea is communal in this land, in this system. In the past, we can see the share water tradition and self-organized by the people to help together to, move some stuff. And nor it is like an utopia. We have this across the all world. We have in Denmark, we have community of winds. In Nepal, we have hydro villages. In Germany, we have the system of combining the energy by solar powers. So it's very accessible. It's very tangible. But there are some problems, some things, some gaps, which I want to talk about them. I made these gaps in 8, I think, topics. So to, translate my vision into a practice. And I want to concentrate on this roadmap. First of all, we need a legal form, like, I don't know, I make some name. The Community of Renewable Energy Organization, something like that. South Africa needs a legal personality to tailor to collective ownership of energy assets. Would be a locally owned, non-profit hybrid cooperative entity, not to make some profits, governed by transport constitution, safety protocols, and models like this. So first of all, we need a legal entity to make this discussion and to see the verified local ownership and, in exclusive decision making, not exclusive decision making. It would, make some progress in some things like it would reduce the soft cost, the administrative chokes. Based off the research we make on this topic, we know right now that even when licensing barriers fall, the paperwork remains very heavy. So we propose a fixed capped tariffs for grid impact in this situation. So alongside to create a legal form, we need to reduce the soft cost and administrative choke points. In the third point, I want to make another call about, protect some finance while unlocking a new opportunity for new generations. For sure, all of this needs some fiscal and financial things, but we must go we don't need municipalities right now. The residents, like what we said in Tibet, they can generate their own powers, and tariffs for renovation, of course, will collapse. There would be some problems for the government, for the entities. Would they benefited like right now from the situation? But in a long time and in a long term, we can equalize the fiscal impact. And it is based on the neighborhoods. It's based on the local communities. It's based on the keep towns, based on the, what is going on right now in the households. So we can channel the capital to community ownership. We don't need the government or municipalities to do their work again. We can have a community of energy transition. It should be found and capitalized by the government, but it could be, self-renovated and going through by the neighborhood. And this is the main idea of the democratization. We can see that, imagine the things about a carbon credit and some things which it's become the rich man's game, I think, across all the world, but especially in South Africa. we can see that if we go through the things we are seeing now, and we don't take this year or the next years to make some changes, we can see all the money, all the, you know, revenues, all the project, electricity sales, all of them are, you know, in the past situation. And we want to make the transition cost low and the benefit equitable to all people. So we can use it by the solar energy and the forgiveness of the sun. And that's the main idea. For that, we need a legal entity. We need some new regulation and rules. We need the embedded equity and design, you know, design which propose a rotating asset model, panels installed, you know, on householdings, who should repay them, who should feed in credits, then, you know, how to rotate from this village to the next. Sure, they all need things. But we must build a cooperative capacity for these skills. We cannot let the change and you know, new regime come from the organization and governmental things. So to this matter, to make a move to this matter, we sure need the hybrid finance. You know, we need the private capital, I don't know, by donation or by every situation we can get, to scale up this transition. It must enter on community terms. You know, hybrid finance models should, of course, cap investors must be returned, but it must not mandate by local board seats and governments. It must be go through private control. And, you know, alongside that, we must change some legislative terms in Africa. You know, based on the research we made, we have codes like which they are doing right now, like 1994 order to ensure its rights by centralized power or re-centralize them. We must change them. These are for the past situation. If we want the cooperative cooperative electrician program, you know, it's not like a miracle, but we must change and re-embrace the popularity self-management. And I think the next 12 months should be very decisive, you know, recognizing some models, like I said, the CREO, or publish model templates, you know, inclusive net metering, capitalizing the community funds. They are very important. So I think, you know, I try to make my point by summarizing the democratization, you know, moving the control of power and electricity from governmental things to neighborhood to locals. So I'm at your service.
Okay. Thank you, Ali. Thank you so much for that presentation. It was very, very interesting. I think there was some very, very interesting things that came out of there. I'm going to open the floor up to some questions. Everyone online can ask a question as well, reflection, thoughts on Ali's presentation.
Thank you for that, Ali. I did get that you use the power of the sun and you want to get the right licensing and the right licenses to make solar power possible for all and for many, and move it from the hands of the powerful elites to the hands of most. Solar power is important. I've seen that working in factories, and we've had some problems here with the selling of coals. So there are resources that are mined from the earth and taken to other places, or from South Africa and taken to other areas for economic benefit, and the people of the area don't win at all, but there are licenses for across various businesses that are required. My question would be about solar powered internet. I'm not sure about the workings of solar power, but I do think that it harnesses the power of the sun with using certain infrastructure that will transmit this or transform this into power that we can use in the home or wherever we wish. But what about solar powered internet? Is this possible?
Okay, thanks, Ali. Thanks for your blog post as well. I mean, I think it would be nice if people read also your posts, because you know, you've kind of presented and distilled out a set of ideas for, I would argue, a transition. But just to say that in South Africa, we've had this idea of socially owned renewable energy. We've had this idea of community-owned renewable energy. The Metal Workers Union did a lot of work developing this concept. They had 2 international conferences, they had study tours, etc. And I'm not sure where this is finding its place. You know, you hear people talk about finance going into renewable energy in South Africa. Some people use billions. But I'm not convinced that's going into socially owned and community owned. But there is an opportunity. I mean, as our energy system has been failing, etc., Eskom in crisis, local governments in some places have been asserting themselves. They've been trying to decentralize competencies and roles and so on, almost trying to municipalize kind of our energy system. That would make energy part of the public commons, actually. So I'd like to get your thoughts on that. And the other is, you mentioned and hinted at some other comparative experiences. You mentioned the Danish, you mentioned the German, you mentioned, I think, Nepal. Maybe you should say a little bit more, explicate a little more, so we just understand what those experiences are all about. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Are there any other questions in the room? Okay, cool. I think, Ali, you can take those 2. Hello, Ali, can you hear us?
Yes, for sure. I'm going to answer right now. You know, first of all, I'm very grateful about your thoughts and questions. And I'm very grateful that you listened to my words. First of all, about I think, if I heard correct, about the internet-based solar power. You know, based on the experience I had with the Middle Eastern community, we have some public-private partnership, PPPs, you know, which it's community-based cooperative. And I think we have some local empowerment about internet. I don't forget the area especially, but I have heard it, you know. I think alongside the world, we can now see the free shared internet in all world, you know, like the works which Elon Musk is doing, you know, with the Tesla and etc. So it's not out of mind, but, you know, if I want to think a lot bigger, I think we can make progress in something like solar power, internet, and etc. But always it's need a great financier with great technology. I don't know if you know, technologician, if a financier would be interested in this project or not. But I have seen in some, you know, urban's local community in Middle East, which they are very discredited and outcasted from cities, but they have, you know, also sort of reliable power like internet, like, you know, communities like electrician and etc. You know, about the second questions, if I can go to the next question, or we discuss it, you know, in a situation which we speak again about it, or I could move next to the second question.
Ali, you can move to the second question, yes.
Okay, thank you. You know, based on what you said, I would go to the second part first, and then I will move to the first part, which I understand it. It's about, you know, why someone would finance and what would be the motivation to do that, to make, you know, private investment in like revenue models for some power being sold to the national grid instead of make some tariffs with government, with, you know, financial development ones. First of all, in Tibet, based on what we research and see, especially in the situation, you know, in Tibet, we have a situation, the lands are very thin, and, you know, they have a shortage of geographic lands which they can use, you know, every kind of land, you know, for farming, for living, and etc. And based on that, there are some interesting attitude between them, you know, like they use the pathology, you know, they would marriage with families, you know, so they can keep the lands between themselves. Based on this geographic situation, they would invent a model which, based on that, every house and family, you know, imagine that's the rooftop and that ceiling down is a garden. They would use commonly as solar power transitions to, based on the situation I said, you know, the land thing. So they would use it together, and locally they will turn the repair situation or make managing things family to family, you know, it's all local. The first thing about that. And the second thing about the Denmark, the wind situation. You know, based on the situation, the countries on that point have, you know, Denmark, like Sweden, like every country in the North Sea. Of course, they are using the power and oil in the North Sea and etc. But for the geographic situation, which they have heavy winds, you know, from the across the ocean, especially the North Pole. They are using the fields which belongs to the people, not the government, to produce some wind energy. And based on that, the first user and consumer of this wind energy is the people which owns this land. You know, the government would pay some fees, royalties for them because using their lands and etc. And that's the two things we can see. And, you know, we can see using the power of people not to, you know, nationalize, not to expropriate their land, none of them, or some extra power from government in it. They are collaborating with each other, and the people which they are the less consumer, are making more efforts to produce it. But for the first part, which kindly you would ask about the motivation of the financer. I think, you know, if you look alongside the world, the situation which is transited by all the project financer across the world is going through the climate change things, solar power things, every green finance energy things. You know, they can use it for their reputation. They can use it as the social impact and sustainability goals. So it is interesting for them. You know, for example, I see research based that, you know, the different things in Basel IV, which it's for the banks and, you know, some money financing things, they are going to move forward to more finance green projects, which they already know green projects are full of red flags for the investors. So I think the world is changing, you know, based on the assessment the financiers do. And I would think that this would be interesting for the financer in this situation. Okay, my words are done. I am listening to your questions again.
Thank you, Ali, for that. Do we have any other question? Okay, we have one question.
Ali, I work around mine waste, particularly tailings and related critical raw materials. And I think you need to say a little bit more to us about how solar waste will be managed, because the number of shortcomings there, just glancing through about Lebanon and others, where unregulated solar, poor quality of them, poorly installed, all result in great waste, which is toxic and really away from the promise that these critical raw materials will usher in a new green, cleaner deal. So I just wanted you to talk a little bit about that if you can.
Ali, you can take
sure. Okay. Yeah, it's absolutely an important topic. For sure, we must use the recycling potential. They are largely made of glass, aluminum frames, and which are fairly straightforward, needed to recycle. Not to say we must. I know the situation you are saying. So I want to say about that based on the knowledge now we have, based on the simple research we made, we can consider a life cycle, an end life issue for the solar panels. First of all, we must know how much we can use them, and how, if we use them, we can make the recycle process longer, So of course we are in a community which we might not have the efficient budget for decommissioning, to recycling costs, and etc. So very importantly, in the first situation, we need some extended producer responsibility regulations, which would the manufacturer, the reducer, the one who is responsible for product these solar panels, would give some exclusive, services for make decommissioning them, disposal them, and make this e-waste, like hazardous material or landfills material, in a good situation. So from my understanding, we need the producers, the company, to make some services, for this situation. Like, I think in many countries, we have the deposit waste panels for them. Or I think in some countries, we have example to ship them all across from the oceans to China, to, which China using them, I don't know which point exactly. I think this situation is handled by other countries. If we make some research, we can see the results.
Thank you so much for that, Ali. Do we have any other last questions from everyone in the room and in the Zoom call?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to fill up this time and space. China has really risen as a renewable energy power out of the 2009 crisis. They've built capacities around batteries, solar power generating technology, wind, EVs. I'm not excited particularly about EVs, but anyway. So they are using that sort of advantage and that strength to also kind of project their economic power, okay? So they're flooding certain markets with EVs, et cetera, But, and it's an advantage they actually have against the US. The US currently kind of rolling back anything related to renewable energy. So I think maybe my question is around, China is a very powerful neo-mercantilist power. It's always about China. It's not like they're stepping in front in the midst of the climate crisis to say, right, let's work with the world now to kind of get renewable energy mainstreamed everywhere and phase out fossil fuels. They're not saying that. They're treating renewable energy as accumulation and profit making. So the question I'm leaning towards is it possible to leverage China for sort of commons-based energy systems? Does that amount to just buying the technology from them? Or are there other opportunities? Do you know whether China is doing things differently as part of its Belt and Road Initiative, as part of the BRICS, etc.? Yeah, thanks.
Okay, very good. Thank you for your question. First of all, if talking about China, it's like talking about the one of the greatest GDPs which exist in our world. They are, like Napoleon said, sometimes they are the sleeping dragons, which when they wake up, they will endure the world. They are, I don't think we can use their models, for our model. But based on the question you make, it's very important for China, as I know, to make some strategic positioning for tariffs, for system in exporting, importing, and for the ideas which it has, the Belt and Road Initiative and companies, etc. So the sole reason China is using this, market, I don't think it's for the, the asset to the service. Of course, they don't need the solar power, based on my knowledge, they are the greatest consumer of oil and gas from Iran, from the United States itself, and they can use easily, the old materials, the less energy section. So the reason I think they are using the clean energy based for the projects is some strategic things to showing their new economics, to be very, interesting for financiers. But about the second part, I don't have any, specific ideas or research to how to use and benefit partnership with China about the situation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ali. So I can take maybe 2 more questions. Yeah.
I wanted in some way maybe to engage Vish about the US and a little bit about China. I don't know why China is doing it, as the question is, right? But China on the continent have not been very solidaristic in obtaining lithium and others. There's a young guy we know in Namibia challenging the chief and others. These guys were mining without license, using a wrong license there. We've got to find another discussion with China, which is not the same way we would engage, if you like, American corporations. The second thing about America, so I mean, I think both of them deal with critical raw materials, maybe in a part of the geopolitical economic challenge. But China has been 30 years on this path. The US is really a bit of a latecomer. But the US, in most of its deals, try to extract critical raw materials. So maybe it is not Trump who's an oil and dig baby dig, whatever. It is others around him. Because look at the DRC Zambia deal, was a very African deal. All of a sudden, America's there like the referee signing, we'll do something. The Rwanda DRC one. I mean, everywhere, bullying of Ukraine, critical minerals come in. South Africa saying, what can we offer regarding critical minerals? So clearly, all of them seem to play to that, because while Trump may not, I mean, Trump, they say, is transactional, he wants money. So, I mean, if he, whatever the story is, but I think critical minerals is not off the agenda. That's the only point here.
Thank you for that. Ali, do you have a response to that?
No, it was very, enthusiastic. I enjoyed it. It was a good phrase about the situation in China and US.
Just to add, I mean, I think this is a very important conversation. And so this drive for critical minerals, rare earths, etc., we must disentangle it. So there's two things happening here. I mean, the one, it's for renewable energy technologies, but the other is for the digital shift. And so Trump and the kind of forces gathering around him and in his political project, Trumpism, whatever you want to call it, I call it neo-fascism. Yeah, but the thing is this, is that there is a very interesting symbiotic relationship between the kind of digital fraction of monopoly capital in the US and Trump. And, so this whole drive to kind of get more power online, to drive big data centers, to achieve scalability for AI, etc., is coming out of that relationship. And again, the extractivist machine in the background is also cranking up, okay? I mean, for instance, gas turbines were on the way out in the early 2020s when COVID hit. Gas turbine production is increasing on the planet because these big digital monopolies want this energy. It's the same with the big push around nuclear reactors, etc. So I think we got to watch this space. I mean, this is where it struggles to strengthen and defend the commons, the work that Woman is doing. And maybe Samantha, you can say more. I mean, you're at the coal face. Yeah.
It's cold and she should.
I just want to also comment about this strategic critical transition minerals. It's also linked to militarization and war. And so this big push for massive new investment in Europe and in North America and Australia for weaponizing societies. So it's ruthless, the militarization, the big data, these are all interconnected. So in terms of the commons, on this continent, about 85% of land is held in common under different forms of customary tenure, customary communal, traditional community tenure systems. And so that's a vast area of land. And when people are fighting to defend the land and resources that they rely on for day-to-day survival, they're defending the commons. It's the forests, it's the water bodies, the fishers defending the ocean, and people defending the land. So front and center, the land question is probably the most critical commons question on this continent. And I mean, the way that we've been supporting it alongside many other organizations is just to strengthen organizing capacity to defend the commons. We're doing a lot of work on the right to say no, so which has got a lot of powerful resonance. People really sort of move towards the idea that we have the right to say no. We have the right to live the way that we do. We have a right to exist, finish. And so the right to say no has been critical. So helping people and communities claim their free, prior and informed consent rights. Increasingly, we've been focusing on the land commons specifically, because if the land commons is weak, which is the reality, people's ability to defend is almost impossible. So a key intervention is really strengthening tenure security and ensuring that there is investment in supporting the commons, because the commons has been neglected terribly on this continent. There's been a big push on the part of the World Bank, IMF, global institutions to privatize land. But in some ways, having weak communal tenure systems serves capital very well. Because if it's weak, if it's unsupported by the state, it's easy to grab those resources. You just work through a corrupt chief or traditional leaders, and there you go, because the way that colonization has distorted customary tenure systems has been to elevate chiefs and traditional leaders as the owners of the land, which we know is incorrect. It's owned by people who live on the land and use the land every day. So yeah, I think for us, this is some of the work that we've been doing, and I think the land work, the land commons work, and we're obviously linking to forests and water and so on, I think is a dimension of work that we've started on in the last couple of years that I think is front and center, absolutely critical. Because if people cannot defend the land and the forests and claim rights that are enshrined in terms of, this is the land that my family, my community has lived on for generations, it's very, very hard to resist these mega extractive projects. Yeah.
Thank you for that. We also have a hand in the chat. I'm not sure who it is. Please feel free to unmute. Naren, yes.
Thank you very much. It's Naren Siopol here. I have a very brief comment to make. I think we need more conversation around the energy commons, together with the digital commons, and around advocacy, around transparency about the use of algorithms. And at the same time, it's part of the reclaim movement to start reclaiming the natural commons. So that's just the initial conversation I think we could start, but I see a much longer conversation coming out of this. And I think it's the right time to start that process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naren. Do we have anyone else? We're running out of time, but do we have one more person? Okay, cool. If we don't have anyone else, that's it for panel 4 today. That's also where we're going to be leaving our online participants for our public lecture. We're going out to the Wits Club. Thank you so much to everyone who joined us online for joining. And thank you for everyone in the room as well for making the time to be here. We will see each other tomorrow to further these very, very interesting conversations. We have some very exciting speakers and panelists tomorrow. So thank you.